It's a Tuesday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
40 degrees right now. Going to get up into the high 40s, but the rains are coming.
Oh, yeah.
Which is not great news for the Rochester Red Wings. They were supposed to open their season today at 4:05. We'll talk about that later in the show.
Okay.
I'm at the end of my rope.
What happened?
This is the fourth day of spring break.
Oh, that's right.
And I'm already done. I'm done with all of it. I don't want to do this anymore.
So they're off for the whole, just 1 week?
My kids are off until Tuesday. I think most kids in the greater
Oh,
Rochester
'cause
area.
the eclipse.
Yeah, exactly. The eclipse ties on the back end of it there. So my wife always takes spring break week off to spend time with the kids.
Yeah.
And back in the day, that was a good idea because they were little and they wanted to spend time with mommy and this, that, and the other thing. But now, my kids are growing up. They have their own little social lives, things like that.
Times are changing.
Independence.
Yes, and my 13-year-old is driving me nuts because she won't let me sleep because she wants to do things.
You got to take her places.
Oh.
All right, so because we get up so early in the morning, we do the nap thing when we get home,
yeah.
right? So I eat my lunch, I lay down for a nap for like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours if I'm lucky, and then I get up and I go back about my day. So I lay down in bed, kids are home, my wife's home. Like 45 minutes into my nap, I am dead to the world, man. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh,
when
yeah.
you are just out and somebody wakes you up.
You're in a deep state.
Yeah.
Yes, like somebody wakes you up and you're afraid you missed the bus in 6th grade.
Yeah.
Like it's that kind of sleep, right? So I'm out. My daughter, Daddy.
Yeah, what you want?
What time am I supposed to go to hockey tonight? Because I want to go see my friend and I got to make sure. You can't wait another 45 minutes?
So you got to drive her to her friend's house first?
So that's what she's trying to get at. She goes, well, if I want to go to my friend's house and mommy said she might be busy, so like if you could like give me a ride. I'm literally asleep.
Yes.
I am asleep. And I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm not going to do that right now. Well, I want to go spend time with my friends. All right, just go away. Go back to sleep. Right, so get up, do my thing. My wife and my youngest, they're going to watch the Mean Girls movie, the musical, right, the new one.
I hear it's not good.
Yeah.
It didn't matter. Word on the street is not that good of a movie.
Who do you talk to that would give you an accurate Mean Girls musical representation?
My stepdaughter came over for Easter Sunday, and her and her friend watched it and said,
Can I ask a follow-up question? How do you get on the subject of talking about the new Mean Girls movie?
Have you seen the original?
We were talking Netflix. It's on Netflix.
Oh, okay.
The original one is actually a brilliant movie.
It is.
Very
I
funny
did see
movie.
the original.
You did?
Yes, I'm very well-rounded.
All right.
I don't just
surprised.
stay on one thing here. What?
Sorry.
So I decided, all right, I'm going to go to bed early. It's like 8:30, 9 o'clock. I'm going upstairs. They're watching this movie. This is the text I wake up to this morning. I'm asleep. Last night, I wake up to my 13-year-old. She texted me last night at 9:45. Could you maybe take me to the mall when you get home tomorrow? I'm trying to make things easier for mommy so I can go and she's not stressed. So, like, the Machiavellian monster that she is already frames it like, I'm doing mommy a favor and you'd also be doing mommy a favor. So instead of immediately going to sleep because you're going to collapse from exhaustion, could you take me to the mall so I can meet my friends?
And it's also very demeaning to because you don't need a break. Mommy needs a break.
Yes.
I'll just call the help.
Mommy's been off all week. Mommy's gotten to sleep in if she wants to, which they have, right? Like I normally get a good morning text from my wife. I get it around like 8:30 when she doesn't have to go to work, which is nice. My day's almost over at that point. That's good. And hey, could you take me to the mall?
Oh, boy.
Dear God.
Well, put it this way. She's asking you now. In the future, she's going to ask if somebody else can take her, and you're not going to like that either.
Or she's going to want the car.
Okay, well, you're not getting the car. It's an Ide. You don't just hand out Ides to people, man.
So, I think they did.
What do you mean?
But are you talking about boyfriend?
Well, or just older friend that can
the older
drive
friend.
now.
Yeah,
You
which
know what
more
I mean?
dangerous?
Like, or somebody's sibling's gonna take you. Like, there will be in a couple of years, she's gonna have rides everywhere, but you're not gonna want to send her into that car.
Which is more dangerous, the older friend or the boyfriend?
I haven't even thought about that. Why would you make me think about that right now?
Because it's right around the corner.
So shut up. Why can you? Okay,
I think the eclipse is going to show up about the same time.
Here's what sucks about you guys.
I'm just asking questions.
No, and I'm just
I'm
answering
just
your
telling
question.
you my
What?
perspective as I remember being 13, and it wasn't soon after that where you started to find your own ride places.
I mean, Kimmy's behind enemy lines here. Listen.
Kimmy was never like a real teenage girl. She had
They
no
all
emotion. She didn't dress like a teenage girl. She had a bag of smelly corsets for some reason. True story. Kimmy, I could simply say, I'm not giving you a ride, and no one else can give you a ride. Just give me a damn break for a second.
You're staying home forever.
Just give me a... No, you can go places.
I'll lock you in your room. Where's she going to go if you're not going to give her a ride? And you just can't take a ride from anybody else.
I'll give you a ride eventually. Just let me sleep for a little while, for God's sakes.
I'm just saying, I think it's going to be short-lived.
And it sounds like if you don't give in, you're just going to get the attitude, which makes your life miserable at home. It's better than like giving in and letting her get out than having to deal with the teen attitude all day around the house.
It's amazing the logic of a grown, spoiled child. Because that's what her logic is I'm just going to whine.
Doing you a favor.
So they win.
Yeah,
It's whine do you win?
No, it's not, because I'm not going to let her win.
She's winning.
Shut up. No, like you're a grown man that still doesn't understand the massive flaw in that idea.
I'm telling you.
Because you got everything you wanted because you just whined like a little bitch when you were a kid. You got it. What?
I just knew like the 8th time they were going to cave.
I'm not. I don't.
It's a numbers game.
Bro, you know how stubborn and competitive I am. I ain't giving in. And I don't give in. And you want to be miserable and you want to run in your room and like turn up your music, like which is her thing now.
Oh, really?
Well, yeah, like and like it's
drowning out her parents.
It's the same argument every time. I want to do this. No, I don't have time. I run upstairs. So then I got to march upstairs.
It's good to know teenagers are still teenagers.
Same thing, right? Like, hey, turn it down. What? I know you can hear me turn it down. The good thing is I have master control of the Spotify in our house, so I can just like turn on the
swap
worst.
it.
Here come the Moody Blues. You asked for this in your wildest dreams. No, but like it's astonishing to me. And again, talking about my daughter in the last 24 hours has, while I'm sleeping 2 times, tried to wake me up to get me to give her rides to places that she wants to go because they're on spring break. I don't get how teenagers can have 0 sense of anyone else's schedule, issues, needs. It like does not exist in my oldest daughter's head.
Well, they think that they're the only thing that matters.
Yes. But how did that happen?
I think it happens with every teenager, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only problem with you is your father was a grown-ass teenager raising you. So he was the loud, annoying teenager in the house, so he sucked all the teen energy out of that house.
And you know what sucks is when he would crank up the Moody Blues, that's what he wanted to listen.
Yes. Then he'd eat all the chocolate.
I mean, your daughter just thinks, well, my dad's home, so why wouldn't he bring me? Like, she doesn't understand that, like, you're sleeping for a reason. Mm-hmm. Like, she doesn't understand that you can't just, like, bring her somewhere and then go back to sleep. Like, it's a disruption in your schedule. But I think as a teenager, you don't have that concept.
Well, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. How do you not? Because, like, it's one thing if I'm sitting on the couch and she asks me to go do something. Sure, whatever. I got nothing else going on. But, you know, like, eventually, I'm not going to sleep forever. This isn't the long sleep. Eventually, I will be up, and if you need me to do something, I'm happy to do it for you. It's not like I want the kid to be locked away forever. Just why, in this specific moment, you have to understand that if you wake me up out of a rock sleep, not only am I not going to give you what you want, I'm not going to be happy about it. Well, I don't get like how she's not a dumb kid.
No,
but that's a dumb move. Why aren't you trying to get what you want here?
But they're just so self-absorbed. Right?
Well, and she's missing out. She's having FOMO 'cause she's missing out on her social life, which is currently happening. And you know what I mean? Like, especially because your daughter, you know, is probably connected to her friends 24/7.
Which, by the way,
so she knows exactly what they're doing at all times. So if she sees that they're doing something, well, she doesn't want to wait to go hang out. She wants to do it now. Yeah. Like, I was just thinking that. Like, there were times when I didn't know what my friends were up to for hours.
They made it that way. What are you guys doing? Nothing.
But, like, think of how easy it was to, like, exclude somebody from a friend group back in the day. You can't do that now.
Yeah, you're right. But here's
every
the thing.
kid knows what every other kid's doing.
But technology is so good. Like, if your friends go to the mall, just FaceTime them and talk to them while they're walking around the mall.
But you're not there, man.
Yeah, shut up, man.
That's like being the passenger in the back seat. FaceTime friend has to suck. Yeah.
whatever, man. Look, I got things I got to do. I'm an adult. I come here so I can, like, pay the mortgage. It's not, like, that's the other thing I'm trying. I'm like, she's at an age now where, like, you have to start to explain how the world works and why things happen. And, like, when we have these discussions, she just stares at me with her mouth open. Like,
as did when my father tried to explain it to me and your father tried to explain it to you. Kid, it's such wasted energy.
You're such an idiot.
Even
It
looking
is, 'cause
back
you
on
don't
it now.
listen.
Yeah. Looking back on it now, the stuff your dad said, you wouldn't have changed. You
No.
wouldn't have
No,
done
but-
anything differently.
No, but, like, my dad never gave me good, pertinent advice.
How do you know? You probably tuned it out.
There might have been some gems in there, man, but your teen smug ass wasn't
Shut
listening.
up, Dad. You don't even know.
No, my dad was the one dad who didn't even know. You guys know my dad. Name me one good piece of advice that man could have given me. Give me one. If there's a hole in your house, just leave it there. Eventually, you get a sunroof. No, like, I cannot believe that your advice is to just give your kids everything they want.
Just cave. If you're gonna cave, then just cave.
I'm not gonna cave. And like, we're both very stubborn people. My 13-year-old and I, like, we're very similar in a lot of ways, right? So, like, kid, you're dancing a dance with a guy who knows every step. And I've explained that to her too.
Yeah.
Like, I
She
know.
doesn't care.
Okay, but you're fine. You're just not gonna get what you want. Like my youngest, she's better at manipulation.
Oh.
Because I don't know if she is kind.
She kills you with kindness.
Yes, or she feigns kindness, but whatever she's doing, it's working, right?
You feel like you need to do this for her.
I want to do these things for her because, oh my God, look how nice she is. Like, my third to do it. No.
But I just like I just wouldn't want all that hypertension in my chest dealing with a child.
Yeah, but if I don't do that, she ends up being you.
I got here today,
No, you barely.
paid the
I don't know
bills,
if that's a good
You
argument.
don't
I
pay the
got ga-
bills.
I got
You
gas
don't
in the
pay the
car.
bills.
got a nice comfy chair, hanging out with my friends.
Got a summer jeans.
Summer jeans
If
make me feel fine. Yeah, I wouldn't want the tension.
Okay.
Like we have a grandchild coming, right? And now we have a second grandchild coming.
Congratulations, by the way.
So I'm not gonna be that hard ass grandfather. I'm gonna be like, no, just to let your grandmother see it.
No, but grandpas don't have to be hard
Yeah,
ass.
they're never going to come to you and ask you for permission.
No, they just ask for me to do stuff for them.
No, and like that.
But I can't be a hard ass.
No, no.
Kid.
And you shouldn't be your grandpa.
By the way, I'm step grandfather. That's the lowest form of parent there is. There's guys in prison that have higher rankings than step grandfather.
Here's my prediction, Kimmy.
Right.
You ready for this? Because he sits here right now and he goes, I'm step grandfather. I don't know if you know that. The second that kid disrespects you, and it's coming.
I'll laugh at him.
Do you think you're going to laugh?
You disrespect me all day. I laugh at you.
I'm not your kid.
You act like it sometimes.
Oh, are you serious?
Oh, when you were ponying up for free drinks.
You didn't pay for those drinks. By the way, I am far more mature than you are.
What are you talking about?
I know what not to say, batch. Check one.
You just said it.
Well, for an example. Kimmy, he sits here and he goes, I'm going to be the easiest grandpa. And I
am. I'm gonna be like-
not paying no
Go with the
responsibility.
flow, grandpa.
Because I know my wife is going to be rule person.
Okay.
So I don't have. I guess if my wife was lax in that area, but I know how my wife is.
Okay.
So I always feel like I could just kind of step back. I can almost play good cop. Hey, listen, I would have given you the cookie, but I can't control her.
Mark this, Kimmy.
You want that Coca-Cola, you got to be cool, kid.
Mark this.
Right.
Yeah.
The second one of those grandkids tells him to shut up or calls him stupid or like hits him, he's gonna,
Grandpa, why are your shoes so ugly?
I'm going to feel like I'm at work.
he's gonna come in here. I'm that child's grandfather. In other words, like everybody thinks they're gonna be the cool parent or the cool.
I am gonna be the
You know what,
coolest.
man? I'm just gonna be laid back. You just gotta let the kids do, and then you're in it, man. It's like going to war. You think you know what it is until you're there, and you don't realize what you've done.
We'll see.
Oh my God, bro! I've lived it. Okay, fine. Fine. I am living it. Do you hear these stories?
Grandfather's like cake.
Okay.
It's cake work.
Okay, you don't like cake.
True. Well, grandpa cake.
Ugh.
It's just cake.
No, but the way you say it makes it sound disgusting. You want some grandpa cake? I got some grandpa cake for you. We got a dynamite pass on that piece of grandpa cake kind of break for you this morning here on CMF. It's Tuesday. You know what that means?
Oh, Oh, it's that new segment, a new segment.
What's it called?
Where they being grandpa in the hood.
Kimmy's got a post from the neighborhood app you guys have been sending her. She's moved street names. She's moved town references. Everyone that can hear us, we're going to listen.
Oh, you got to listen.
As she reads the post. And because we know every stereotype about every village, town, neighborhood in the greater Rochester area, we're going to figure out where they whine in. Set your phone alarm for 9 o'clock or stay with us. What else you got going on today? Boring.
Yeah, good time.
Yeah. Also, just after 7 o'clock, there is a woman who is accused of kicking down the door of her neighbor's apartment while he was sleeping.
Wait, she kicked it down?
Kicked it down. But that's not the most disturbing part.
Was it your daughter kicking down your bedroom door?
I want to go to the mall!
Wake up, Dad!
That's not a strong-ass woman.
That's not the most frightening part of the story.
Okay.
It's what she allegedly did to this man while he was sleeping after she kicked the door down.
Does he have everything on him
So
still?
that's just it. The fact that your brain went there first.
Well, that's what you think. A woman strong enough to kick down a door?
There's some passion behind that.
I don't know what she's coming for, but I'm out.
Okay, so the fact that you went there first means that what actually happened to this man is probably a best case
Well, you
scenario.
know where my head, every man
every
my
time,
age
yeah.
goes to the most famous pissed off woman of all time.
Sure. But when you find out what she is accused of doing, it's hard to tell if this is a best case scenario or the most disgusting story you've ever heard.
What'd she do?
We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, T-minus 6 days to totality.
Oh, boy.
And your prediction that nobody's coming and this is going to be a dudola is starting to look worse and worse. Did you see the story on News 8 last night?
No, what are they saying?
Well, we talked a lot about the hotels and how a bunch of them were booked out and $1,000 for
insane.
that is nothing compared to the Airbnb market, because what one man in our area says he is getting for a rental that he puts out year round, and what other places are getting as well.
Damn.
Bro, it may not just be Monday that we're dealing with these people. And we'll get into the story next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. T-minus 6 days until totality.
So excited.
What are we doing, Arkansas?
Yeah.
The eclipse is less than a week away, and the big question on everybody's mind.
What's that?
How many people from out of town will be coming here? Because despite the predictions that we could have 100, 200, 300, 400,000 people, you think it's going to be a dud.
Yeah.
Well, a story last night on News 8 may fly in the face of your completely made-up prediction.
Fly my face.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45. Yesterday, there was a rough time for businesses in the greater Rochester area between 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock.
Why? What happened?
Well, most people don't carry cash anymore.
No.
The only way to pay is with cards. And when you have no way to take cards, it creates an issue. And we'll get into what went down just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So we've talked at length here on the show the last couple of weeks about how hotel rooms in Rochester are either booked solid and have been for months, and the few that are open at like middle-of-the-road suburban hotels are going for as much as $1,000 a night, Sunday night into Monday night into Tuesday night for the eclipse. What we haven't really gotten to talk about, because, you can't really see the market for it.
Yeah.
The Airbnb situation.
Forgot about that.
That was covered in a story on News 8 last night. So they talked to a man who owns a cottage on Canandaigua Lake.
Oh.
And Tommy, it seems like this cottage...
Millionaire boy.
It seems like this cottage, it has multiple spaces to stay, and he rents it out year-round.
Damn.
So he says about a year ago, he started getting requests for reservations in April, which he found weird.
Yeah.
Off-season. Then he realized what was going on. And folks who rent these types of places locally have taken advantage. Tommy, this guy was listing his spaces for $5,000 a week.
God
Wow.
damn.
And he sold all of them out for the
Wait,
eclipse.
so not the whole, each room?
Each area that he owns. I don't know if like the house is split into different places.
Each one gets 5G
Yes.
per week.
Yeah.
So it's.
That's something you would get like in Miami.
I'm trying to
on
think
the
like per
beach.
night.
I have.
Okay.
Okay, you
It's
ready?
$1,000 a night.
He told no.
No, it's less.
Yeah, well, it would be. Yeah, it was
5
part
nights?
of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he says he told News 8 that normally during April his company grosses around $13,000, like this time of year.
Yeah.
This year,
How much?
they're bringing in $60,000.
God damn.
It's a 350% increase, all thanks to the eclipse.
These are fancy ass people coming.
Oh, I don't.
Got that kind of coin.
Well, you could have multiple people staying.
Yeah.
Still, even with a couple of people, that's a lot of
Oh my god!
to go look at an eclipse for 3 minutes.
The craziest thing too I saw
That's rich.
last night was that some of these like eclipse chasers, they call them, they will book multiple places or they'll book multiple like Airbnbs or hotel rooms in multiple places. So that way they can pick and choose based on the weather where they want to watch the eclipse that week.
They almost like did it as a warning. There are people that could be canceling hotel rooms. Last
really?
minute.
But I'm sure, but that still costs money though, because I'm sure there's a cancellation fee, especially with the Airbnbs. So either way, you're still paying a price. But I was just shocked that like that's a thing that people budget for.
Well, here's the thing, Kimmy. It sounds like both sides trying to take advantage of each other. Because, again, in the story on News 8, they talked, Tommy, about folks who booked hotels. They were looking for 1, maybe 2 nights for this celestial event. These cabin and Airbnb owners in the greater Rochester area started mandating 3 to 5 night stays, and they're getting it.
Oh, sure. You might.
Makes
They
sense.
want to lock you in.
So just for the opportunity to overspend on a place in Rochester in April, these folks may have had to book it for the entire week.
So we should start seeing. We may see people rolling in.
Well, that's the
Could be.
question. At what point do we start to see these folks?
Maybe the weekend.
Friday. Well, no, because if you got to book for 5 days, that would be tomorrow,
Yeah. Ooh,
Thursday.
Wednesday.
Well, tomorrow or Thursday.
Oh, all right. That sounds like a nightmare.
What sounds like a nightmare?
For who?
All these goddamn people.
Well, no, it's okay because I heard in the break room that it's going to be a dud and nobody's coming.
Dudola.
When you're arguing against yourself,
Dudinsky.
literally sentence by sentence. Pick a side. Pick a side.
I'm pulling for Dud.
Okay, you're pulling for dud because you don't
for
want your day to
dud.
be interrupted.
Yes.
But I'm giving you this information
I
to let you
know,
know,
I know.
don't be upset when these people start rolling in because, like, there's pretty rock solid proof that we're going to get a ton of people here in town.
All right.
And you can wish it away if you want to, but if you have wish in one hand and a hunk of crap in the other, fill in the rest of the sentence. 252 WCMF. We're talking about this guy they talked to on News 8 last night. He owns a couple of cabins, I guess, on Canandaigua Lake. He says that he is they normally get $13,000 this time of year for the week because it's off season.
Yeah.
Because of the eclipse, they have brought in $60,000. People are booking 3 to 5 nights mandatory for the opportunity to stay. And it looks like Tommy's prediction of, and I quote, Dudola. For people coming in, may be a little bit off. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy. What's up, buddy?
Good morning, you sons of bitches.
Thank you.
Ever been to Pigeon Forge, Tennessee?
Yes.
You have been?
Yeah.
What is south of Pigeon Forge, Tommy?
Hillbillies?
Nothing, right? Yeah. So I went to Tennessee in 2017 to see eclipse there. There's absolutely nothing south of Pigeon Forge. We watched it from a Baptist church in the middle of nowhere that was 25 miles away from our hotel.
By the way, that is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song. We watched the eclipse from the Baptist church.
So you, Jeremy, went specifically for the eclipse.
Yeah, and some other things as well.
Okay.
Anyways, 25-mile trip, 3.5 hours in the middle of nowhere.
But you're in the deep south, and they're thinking the Lord's coming back, so it's a little different down that way.
I will say
There'll
that
be
as a
signs
devout
in the sky,
atheist,
son.
as a devout atheist, it was really cool to watch a service at the Baptist church during all this. It was, I don't know, some kind of spiritual. But anyways, I think we're in for a lot more people than people realize.
So, I mean,
okay.
Well, I mean, this is a guy who has experience.
Yeah.
It's funny, Jeremy, like everybody. We've been talking for the last couple of weeks about people who hate this eclipse, but they don't know why. They're looking for a reason to hate the eclipse. They want to hate it, but they can't figure out why they're going to do it. And they're almost hoping that it fails so they can point and laugh. Not that it fails, but people don't show up so they can point and laugh and be like, oh, you thought Rochester was special, but it's not special. But every metric, the hotel reservations, dinner reservations, the Airbnbs, Jeremy shows us that there's going to be hundreds of thousands of people coming. Like, why are people having such a hard time wrapping their mind around that?
I don't know, but my mom used to have a saying that doesn't really make sense, but it kind of sounds right. They'd be angry if you hung them with a new rope. People just want to be angry and hate on anything, no matter what it is. Didn't get enough snow this week. There was snow forecast, and we didn't get any. I mean, people in this town are just goofy, man. I don't know. They hate anything and everything. They hate radio stations that gravelly voiced hosts that live in Miami. I mean, I don't know. Who knows?
How could you hate that? Jeremy.
I am failing fast. See you later,
Great,
Dix.
great. Why don't you go back to Tennessee, buddy? Thanks for the call. I appreciate
A lot of questions for Jeremy. How he ended up at that time, that place.
So, you know what's funny? This is the second person this week who's told me they went to Tennessee for that.
Really?
Eclipse, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
My daughter's friend who plays hockey with her, they went to Nashville for the last one.
Oh.
Went and saw it.
You know what the funniest thing about people who want to hate on this thing is? If they don't plan on leaving their house that day for the eclipse, they're not going to know whether or not it was a success or not.
Not
Well, you had to watch
necessarily-
the news, I guess.
Well,
Yeah.
not necessarily true because they are predicting that there'll be so many people here that cell phone service will be
Oh,
interrupted.
okay. Well, maybe
The
you'll
system
know
will
that.
collapse, just with the Southern Baptist coming up from Tennessee.
But I'm just thinking, like, it'll be hard to really get a gauge on it if you don't really plan on doing much anyways.
Okay, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what the average person's day
Yeah.
is like come, Monday, how much it's interrupted by it. I mean, look, the fact of the matter is, even with a little bit of pain, there are going to be businesses that benefit massive amounts here in
Yeah.
Rochester from all the people that are coming in. So, if you are pissed, if you're inconvenienced a little bit, just remember, like, those people are putting money in their pockets, and that
Oh,
money's
yeah.
going to stay here, and it's going to circulate throughout the community and eventually end up in your back
All
pocket.
right.
It's a good thing.
It all comes back around.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. This whole discussion started with a story on News 8 last night. Guy who runs a couple of cottages on Canandaigua Lake says he is getting $60,000 for the week of the eclipse when normally this time of year they get $13,000. Folks who own Airbnbs and places on lakes around the area, even in the suburban areas, are mandating 3 to 5 night stays for the eclipse, and people are paying for it, right? Tommy's prediction of dud seems like it might be a little bit off. And it also feels like there's a lot of money being left on the table by folks who didn't do the Airbnb thing this week.
Oh, probably. But where do you go?
Oh, like,
if you don't
had a
have a
place?
secondary home, like that guy has a place he doesn't use.
Sure.
But let's say I wanted to do my house. Where do I go? I got to leave town.
It lined up perfectly if you would have thought ahead, and I wasn't smart enough to think ahead.
Go on vacation for the break.
It's spring
yeah.
break.
Yeah, if you could, but then that just pays for your vacation.
Oh, no, free vacation. Like, think about that, man. If you would have rented out your regular-ass house for 3 to 5 days, you probably pay for a vacation anywhere you want to go to in the United States.
I wonder how difficult of a process that is. Like, what hoops you have to jump through to get your house on to a site like that.
I mean, 252 WCMF of people that have listed for Airbnb, because there are people who did this for the PGA Championship.
Oh, yeah.
Right? They went on vacation and they let someone else use their house and they paid for that vacation with the money.
Because that's the biggest event that comes to town.
Well, but until this.
Right.
I mean,
I can't think of anything else besides the PGA.
You know, you would have to spruce your house up. You would have to be okay with a stranger in your home. But what other chance would you have to get a potentially free vacation with your kids while they're off? I mean, it lines up perfectly.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, because I've never stayed in an Airbnb or rental where it looked like somebody lived there most of the time. So, like, what do you do with all your personal items, like your clothes? You know what I mean? Like, you got to clean out your closet if somebody's staying.
I mean, I guess you could leave it there and just hope they don't put your clothes on.
I don't know.
Right? I mean, why would they want to put your
That's what I'm
clothes
saying.
on?
Like, now that I'm thinking about it, like, I've never stayed in a residence where it felt like it was somebody else's home.
I guess you would just have to hide all of your super valuable stuff if you have
Yeah,
anything.
I mean, you got to do some work.
Right.
Because all the ones we used were just, that's all they used them for.
Yeah,
Right.
they bought a property.
Yeah, and
it was
they're
an
like,
Airbnb.
because you could kind of tell, like, it was kind of like a beat up apartment.
And there's no, personal pictures or anything around. Yeah.
We have Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Rick. Rick says, I have family that rented a house on Canisius Lake. They were mandated to stay Thursday until Tuesday. It cost them $7,000.
People are, can you imagine spending $7,000 for a 3-minute Sky Show?
Well, I mean,
that's insane.
Well, I guess if you're staying on a lake, you can kind of make it a
the lake's-
getaway vacation.
The lake is cold.
Yeah,
it's not
I mean,
even
Some
open.
people,
Nothing's
some people,
open.
Like, right, but some people just go for the view, I guess.
I mean, I guess if it's
There ain't a goddamn view.
Well,
That's
but
worth
we-
$7,000.
Right, but that's in our backyard, so we take it for granted. I don't know what other.
Canisius.
I mean, it's pretty, but it ain't 7G.
Yeah.
Beginning of spring, everything's dead and muddy.
Yeah, but Rick says, he says his family, maybe they're coming up to see
Right.
family too,
Yeah.
but still $7,000.
Can you think of one family member
No.
you would spend $7,000 to see?
I can think of family members I would spend $7,000 not to see.
Okay, there you go.
Right? Like, they're going to be here. You give me $7,000. You don't have to see them. I'm in on that. I'll give you cash. Speaking of cash, Tommy,
Yeah, what happened?
yesterday in the greater Rochester area and across the United States, there was an issue for several businesses for a couple of hours.
Yeah.
Because nobody really carries cash anymore.
No.
And this is going to be a big win for all the folks. You got to have cash on you at all times. Because some businesses were scrambling.
Yeah.
Some businesses had to close in general. And it turns out experts say you need to have at least a little bit of cash on you. In
All the
fact,
time?
the amount they tell you should have on you is more than just a little bit.
But that I should have on me.
Yes, and we'll get into what went down yesterday next here in the break room on CMF. Yesterday was a big win for the old school crowd.
What happened?
Well, folks who only use cash. You gotta have cash.
Cash is king, baby.
A nationwide issue had some places in Rochester scrambling to come up with a plan.
Oh.
It forced others to shut down altogether. And Tommy, it's all because no one has any money in their wallet anymore. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 7 o'clock this morning, there is a woman who has been arrested after authorities say she kicked down the door of her neighbor's apartment.
That's some badass.
While he was sleeping. And your immediate thought, Tommy, was?
She's going to mess that dude up.
Okay.
Like, bad.
The fact that you believed that's where the story was going, I guess makes this a best-case scenario story. And I'm going to ask you if you feel that way again when you find out what she's accused of doing to this man while he was sleeping. Because he's safe. He's not physically hurt.
This sounds like it's going to be gross.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
Wait, like that
no.
gross?
We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So yesterday around 11 o'clock, Square, which is a very popular company for businesses that take credit card payments and phone payments, started having major issues.
A little glitch.
Well, it stopped working altogether.
That's a glitch.
So restaurants and stores in the greater Rochester area that use Square had an issue.
Yeah.
They couldn't take credit card or phone touch payments. So what do?
I go out to my car and get my gold bars that I bought at BJ's.
Costco.
Costco. No, I got BJ's gold bars. Only $10.
So some of these places switched to taking cash, but that became an issue when they realized how few people carry cash on them anymore.
Yeah.
They had to turn people away that didn't have a way to pay for their stuff. But that was actually the best case scenario because some places that use Square take only cards. They won't accept cash.
They don't have a cash register.
Yeah, exactly. This was a bitch we had on Where They Wanted a couple weeks ago, Kimmy. It was a restaurant that didn't take cash, remember?
Yes. Yep.
So those places had to close completely while Square was trying to figure out their issue, brought to their knees because they couldn't even take paper money. So the issue with Square that began just before 11 ended just after 1 o'clock, which sucks for restaurants.
You lost your lunch business.
Yeah.
Entire lunch rush is gone.
Worst time.
And, the fact that it's back up and running again doesn't fix the bitching and the moaning that these places heard from everyone that was inconvenienced, even though these businesses did nothing wrong.
Yeah.
Tommy, is this story a warning that maybe we should all have a little cash on us at all times?
But, like, that place doesn't even take cash.
Some don't, but other places would have been able to take your cash.
But, like, am I going to carry cash just for that rare occasion where they don't?
I don't know. I mean, with the way the world's going, how rare is it anymore? The Chinese, the Russians, and North Koreans.
They got all my cash?
Well, no, they're taking down our systems, man, till we're forced to pay with cash, man, and we ain't God, and that's when they strike.
I mean, I guess, but I'm not.
Okay.
Because if I have cash, I'm just going to spend it anyway.
It goes quick. Like, even if I try to keep cash on me just for that purpose, just in case, I'll end up spending it on something stupid, and then it's gone in a couple days anyways.
All right, Kimmy, how much cash do you carry average on a daily basis?
I really never have more than like $20 on me.
Okay. Tommy, how about you?
If I have cash, max, and right now I have zero, would be less than $100.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I had cash.
Gotcha.
What
So
about you?
Carrying around cash makes me nervous, too, if I have too much on me.
I'm with you. The only time I
I've
have
never had that experience.
Well, I mean, even just $100, I'm like, I don't like having this on me.
$20, maybe 40 max. And the only time I even have that in my wallet is when I have to take out money to give to one of my kids for something.
So there you go.
And I'll get like an
You
extra.
don't need it.
Well, so here's the thing. We couldn't find a study that showed what the average person carries on them in cash on a daily basis.
Well, we know they don't have any money in the bank, so how much of that money would they have on them, period?
Well, it's funny you bring that up because there was an article that said what we should be carrying.
Oh, the average, what we should have in our pocket.
Yes, on a daily basis, how much cash you should have. CNBC put out an article in August talking to financial experts, and they say the average American should carry
I can't wait to hear this.
$100 to $300 in their wallets at all times.
$300? Why would you need $300?
The reason they give, and I quote the article, you should have enough cash to pay for everything you need for the day as if credit machines didn't work.
Okay.
Who's spending $100 to $300 a day?
Nobody.
I don't
Bro,
know.
that's $700 to $2,100 a week.
Yeah.
Even
And just walking around money.
yes, even $50 a day seems steep.
Unless I ate out 3 times a day, I don't think I need $300 in my pocket.
And the only time I've ever done that is when your mom's around. But what I'm getting at here is like nobody's grocery shopping for the week every single day. Who's spending $100?
But you know who says that? These are like accountants and money dicks that like they always give you these impossible, like these money people. They always give you these impossible standards to meet, like to do anything. Well, before you do anything, you gotta have $1,000 over here. You need to have a. You never do a goddamn thing in your life.
252 WCMF 252-9263. With this story yesterday that credit card machines brought to you by this company Square shut down nationwide for 2 hours yesterday. Major problems in the greater Rochester area. How much cash do you carry on a regular basis? Kimmy, I'm with you. Carrying cash feels dangerous.
Yeah.
Carrying $100 to $300 on me feels super dangerous. Mm-hmm. And if everybody started carrying $100 or $300, wouldn't that give people who are looking to separate me from that money more incentive to take it from me?
Because I guess in the drug trade is pretty much a cash business.
I don't know. You could take Venmo.
I guess meth heads don't use Square.
You could take Venmo
there are
for
ways
drugs.
to transfer money easily.
You just have to write "not drugs" in the lines.
Yes.
I also just if I take out cash or if I have cash on me for a period of time, I spend it justifying it like it's free money.
Your money?
Yes. Like, it's so weird. It's like, well, it's out of my bank account already. So, this is just free money. Like, it's this weird dance I do in my head where I will justify that purchase of something I don't need because, well, it's just cash I forgot I had on me anyways.
See, I'm the exact opposite.
Really?
I will freely spend on a card because it's like it's not real money.
Yeah, true. You just swipe it and go.
I will have a $20 bill in my wallet for 3 weeks.
Oh.
Because when I touch that money, it feels like it's real.
Well, it is, yeah. It's actual money.
But so is the stuff coming off of my card. It's also
kind of.
No, it's real money.
But it's kind of floating around money.
What does that even mean?
Well, you don't really touch it, so it's just kind of floating around.
But that's time spent at work that I had to use to earn that money.
Well, yeah, if I'm going to deep think it.
It's not deep thinking. It's okay.
It's pretty deep.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Steve. Hey, Steve, what's up, buddy?
How you doing?
Good. What's up?
Good morning. Well, I was out of town for, 4 days with my wife, and we usually just have our card. Well, my card got locked out at the bank. I don't know, I guess I screwed up my PIN number or something at the gas station. All of a sudden, now I'm locked out of my card. My wife had forgotten hers that particular weekend. If it wasn't for, like, that little bit of cash that we had on us, there we would have sat because we were out of gas, and it was just a tough lesson to learn, but it is sometimes a good thing to have.
All right, so now do you carry cash on you on a regular basis?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, like $40 goes a long ways if you're running out of gas in a car,
Right, put that on a T-shirt.
$40 goes a long ways.
Well, it depends on how far you are away from home, too. We're in New York City, but we managed to
Pretty
figure
cheap.
it out. But it was a little tricky there for a while, coming up with food and stuff until we could get something switched over,
No, I hear you.
Anyway.
Steve, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. $40 seems appropriate. Like, if you had $40 in your wallet at all times, you could get yourself out of most
stretch
pinches.
it a little bit.
Yeah, I guess.
Like, you
But
have
40,
$40, you have enough money for a meal for two. You can find that somewhere. You have enough money to get you most places. Like, you can go 300 miles on $40 worth of gas, right? Like, somewhere, probably 200 to 300 miles, right? Like, if I were to rip my pants or, like, take a dump in them by accident, I could buy a new pair of pants with $40.
a nice pair of pants.
But I'm saying, like, all of the most emergency things, $40 could take care of. Anything more than 40 seems wildly inappropriate.
Yeah. I would say 100 would be like my goal. It's my goal in life.
To have $100.
Yes. Like, I don't, $100 is sits in my wallet that I don't touch.
Okay, but like,
It's my goal. At
100
64 years old.
$100 is too much.
No, 100 sounds right to me.
What are you going to spend $100 cash
Well,
on?
that sounds like I'm covered. That sounds like I'm covered for like a quick emergency. I'm covered.
No, but again, like,
40 sounds like I could come up a little bit short.
what emergency does $40 not cover that $100 would? Nothing costs $100. Everything costs $40.
Food and gas.
What are you going to get? You're going to get caviar and propane? Like, well,
That sounds pretty tasty, really.
like, let's say you get stranded in Buffalo.
All right, I need a tank of gas.
Well, you don't need a tank of gas. I mean, you can get home in Buffalo on a quarter tank of gas,
That's true.
right? Like, I mean, that's $10 worth of gas, $30 left over.
You got to eat.
Okay, so now I'll spend $15 on a meal. So now I got
But let's
15
say
left over.
it's you and your wife.
Yeah.
And your kids.
Yeah.
You can't do squat for you with your kids. You can't do nothing for $40.
Here's what you're forgetting, man.
What?
You're forgetting that once you're poor, you've always got that poor brain.
Okay.
I can easily put gas on my car to get home and find food for me and my kids for $40.
And your wife.
Without question.
All right. I couldn't.
No doubt. Yeah, sure you could.
I want premium gas.
Okay.
And I'm going to get the onion rings.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about how much money you need to carry on you after this story yesterday. Square, company that takes credit card payments, shut down nationally for 3 hours, it seems, 2-3 hours. Folks here in Rochester, businesses, they either had to switch to cash, which was a problem because nobody carries cash anymore. Some of these businesses that take only cards had to completely shut down.
This sounds like flip phone dead dream come true.
100%.
That's
What
right. I don't trust the internet. I don't trust the banking system. I only deal in cash.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Teddy. Hey, Teddy, what's up, buddy?
I'm really surprised that Tommy and most Italian people have a bunch of money in his pocket everywhere they go.
You know, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. Like, I feel like the money clip industry is still being propped up only by the Italian
You didn't. I
community.
always carry at least 200 lira.
Exactly correct.
200 lira.
That is, so we know that he's damn cheap Italian.
And Teddy, how much cash you carry on you every day?
Couple hundred.
What, a couple hundred?
Yes.
For what?
Casino.
There we go, Tommy.
What's your concern needing a couple $100 on you, Teddy?
Because because I'm from all country that if God forbid if there is no ATM, there's no power, at least you have money in your pockets.
Okay.
So in Indonesia.
Yeah, thank you.
No, he has the Indonesia money.
He's got the Indonesian money. He hasn't spent any of it yet.
Yeah.
Teddy, how often do you spend that money?
How often?
Yeah.
Well, I go out lunch almost every day. So.
And you spend cash for that?
Yes.
Okay. So you're like the one guy that still uses cash at the restaurant. Excuse me. Just give me a 10 back. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Hey, remember, cash is the king. Remember that.
Cash is king, Teddy. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
I do know people that really make it a point to have cash on them if they're going out to like a sit down place to tip in cash. Like
Okay.
they really hammer that point home. Like, no, you want to tip in cash. I always tip in cash.
Are they afraid like the restaurant's going to try and take a piece of the
I
tips
think,
out of it?
that things that they've heard, and that doesn't all go to the server or whatever. So I do know people that keep cash just for tipping purposes.
All right, I guess restaurant, I get it.
Yeah.
Like, I do feel judged now if I pay in cash by the people behind me in line. It feels like paying in cash is the
Takes
new
longer.
paying by check.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. Like, if I'm at Wegmans, I will never pay cash for any groceries because, the second you take your wallet out and you pull out some green,
here
that's
we go.
And I don't want to be the old lady that's sitting there writing or
Her ledger out.
groceries. Yeah, exactly. That's,
It's just so easy now to just run your card over that thing and leave.
I'm with you, but you don't even know how that works.
I don't care.
You should. I mean, there are people that stick their card in the machine, and all of a sudden it's got one of them sleeves in it, and somebody's got all their
No,
banking
but you just tap
information.
the screen and
It's
you're
just a
gone.
matter of time before they figure that
Screen
out.
tap.
Too.
It's so. I just love convenience.
Can I do the one annoying thing?
What?
Bro.
Some of those pads don't tell you where you're supposed to stick your card.
So sometimes they move it to like it's on the side or over here.
Yeah, over on the there. No,
Oh,
it's
like
it
to
becomes,
tap it, you're
yeah,
saying?
and it
Yeah.
becomes like
You
you're getting
look-
warmer, you're getting colder, you're getting warmer.
Well, that's why sometimes I'm afraid to use it because I don't want to look like I don't know what I'm doing.
I always look like I don't know what I'm doing. There's a woman who, if the allegations are true, knew exactly what she's doing.
She sounds badass.
I mean, well, she's accused of kicking the door in of a neighbor's apartment.
Like right there. That's like TV detective drama.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. But your mind immediately went to her physically hurting this man.
Yeah, and you know where.
So because of that, this story is a best case scenario.
Okay, but it sounds like it got grosser than. I went from my thought is horrifying. It sounds like this went gross.
Okay, it's gross.
And I can imagine what gross thing she had on her.
It's gross. It is gross. But
Was it fresh gross or did she bring it in a bag?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Because I don't know which one I'd prefer.
I'll tell you what. I'm going to read you the details. Prefer?
Well, if I'm gonna
What
get,
you going to pay for?
If I'm
Buddy,
gonna
I
get
got
it.
$100 cash in my wallet. My buddy Teddy over here. Let's put it this way. It's disgusting.
Oh,
And
man.
it still might be the best case scenario.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. full heads up, this story is disgusting.
Ugh.
And
Now
it's
I'm
hard.
nervous.
You know where it's coming.
I don't know.
What do you think? What's the most disgusting thing on a person?
Okay, whoa. Maybe you're overreacting here. And I would say your face. And she did not rub her face on this guy. It's hard to believe a woman would even come up with this idea.
Yeah.
But at the same time, as grossed out as you're going to be, it might be a best case scenario. Because if the allegations are true, it could have been so much worse.
Right.
So this man may have been lucky to only have this thrown on him while he was sleeping.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into the story. Are you ready? It comes to us from Wayne County.
Oh man, so it's some country stuff.
And we're about to ride a roller coaster, so I'm going to need everyone to stay with me. Are you ready? A 36-year-old woman has been arrested after an issue with her neighbor. Police say the woman kicked down her neighbor's door, apartment neighbor's door, while he was sleeping. They say she then found him in his apartment
Yeah.
and threw urine on him while he was sleeping.
Do we know where that came from?
I'm gonna guess it was a home brew.
Okay.
But I get to your point. It does not
it might not
specifically
be.
say,
I don't
why
know.
would you just be holding on to urine?
Well, I saw this thing on CNBC that they say you should always carry at least one mason jar of your own urine just for emergencies.
She threw urine on him while he was sleeping,
Oh
according
my
to police.
Now, I will say this. I thought it was going to be worse.
Okay, so let's put a pin in that.
Because there's some guys that pay good money for that.
Yeah, but not while you're sleeping. You want to be awake
and,
for the
and
experience.
the worst part is like, it would take you a second to realize what it was if you're being.
Not more than a second,
If
though.
you are
Just a
woken
second.
up to something like that.
Especially if she had asparagus last night.
Well, I'm going to say, if she drinks a lot of water, maybe you would never know what it was. You can just let
Oh, it was
ignorance
clear?
be bliss. So authorities say after she kicked down the apartment door and threw urine on him while he was sleeping, she ran back to her own apartment. And it seems like she was trying to get away with it like nothing happened.
Yeah.
So the woman was arrested around 1 a.m. She's been charged with harassment and criminal trespassing. And I'm sure there are a lot of questions that people have right now. Would either of you like to get those questions off of your chest before we move on with this discussion?
I'm good right
You
now.
good, Kenny? Any questions?
Nope.
Okay. This may be the first time in the history of law where someone has been charged with peeing someone else's bed.
Yeah.
Fair?
Yeah.
Okay. You going to say something?
Nope.
So, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. There is no arguing that if the allegations are true, this is disgusting.
Yeah.
Being hit while sleeping with someone else's urine. But here's the thing. There are folks who would take this story and freak out.
Mm-hmm.
And then there are folks who would look at this story as a glass of urine half full.
Yeah.
Because the fact that this woman was able to allegedly kick down a guy's door while he was sleeping, not wake him up, and all she did was allegedly throw pee on him, is actually a major win for this guy.
Oh, it could have gotten worse.
She could have done whatever she wanted to him.
Yeah.
It's gross, but you don't have to go to the hospital.
But it's not the grossest.
Yes.
Well, you actually might have to go to the hospital.
Oh.
I don't think so.
Depend if it gets in your eyes and your mouth.
Oh.
I thought though that like
No,
you
pee
could
is
survive.
Not, no,
Well-
pee is not sterile.
It's not?
No, it's a.
They didn't tell me that in summer camp.
Well, that's why your face looks the way that it does.
Well, put it this way: you're not bleeding.
Yes.
And you're not. Yeah.
Well, look, I mean, she could have stolen expensive stuff out of his apartment.
Which would have
Sure.
been the best case scenario.
Okay. Think of the most valuable thing you own.
But it's a bus that has apartment.
Okay, think of the most
Think
valuable.
of the neighbors you have in that apartment.
Think of the most valuable thing you own.
All
Would
right.
you rather have that go missing for the rest of your life, or be hit with a cup of a stranger's urine?
So it's either my fishing rod or I get Wizzola.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, look, I would take, as much as I don't want it, I would still take the whiz over losing the most
I mean, it
expensive
is a
thing I own.
fetish. So I mean, there are people that.
But if you
tolerate-
don't
I just
have
say-
that fetish, you're probably not thrilled.
I get it, but it is a fetish that some people can tolerate.
Okay.
So I'm guessing not the worst.
No, I mean, it would be horrific. It would be horrific.
I don't think it's horrific.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
I think you're
horrific.
also.
It's
but,
someone else's
but
urine.
you know what
It's
though?
first of all,
If-
it's girl urine.
Urine?
Yeah, it's urine.
But I think in that moment you're probably so confused, angry, and just pissed off that maybe it hasn't
More
quite,
pissed on.
It hasn't sunk in yet what really happened.
Right.
So maybe that could kind of help the situation.
No, but eventually you're going to realize.
No, yeah.
Okay, but you know what does suck? because they live in an apartment. They probably have to go pay to do laundry. So it's going to take a while to get your stuff back.
Oh, yeah.
But, I mean, she could have stolen his stuff getting in there. She could have hurt him in multiple ways physically.
Well, I think, the Bobbitt situation, number one, because if he was taking a nap, that could have been horrific.
Yeah. I mean, look, she could have killed him if she wanted to. She could have killed him. And yes, it's super gross that this guy, according to police, woke up soaked in someone else's urine. But it's a way better scenario than waking up, like Kimmy said, bleeding, or never waking up again at all. Of all of the bad things that could have happened, being hit with a cup of someone else's urine is the best bad case scenario.
Yeah, by the way, of all the fluids she could hit me with, yeah, I would take that one over.
I'll take spit over that.
Spit is nasty, man.
Urine it's nothing but...
No, but urine is at least filtered.
No.
Where spit, it comes out of the bacteria in your mouth. And then I also don't want any kind of, fudge scene.
Yeah, obviously the fudge
Especially
scene would be the worst case.
country girl fudge scene. It's full of industrial corn.
Okay.
But I would
Which
take...
one's the toughest to clean up? Because it still might be the urine.
No, the fudge scene's the toughest to clean
Fudge.
up.
But I would think,
Number one.
with that, though, I'm just throwing all that stuff away.
I'm calling service,
Whereas,
bro.
like
she
the
never even dumped.
The urine's going to get into your mattress.
Yeah, you just put baking soda on it.
Okay.
If you've had kids, you know that.
And by the way, if he's a drinker, that stuff's already in there.
252 WCMF 252-9263. This story comes to us from Wayne County. A 36-year-old woman was arrested after police say she kicked down the door of her apartment neighbor while he was sleeping. She says they say she then found him in his apartment, threw urine on him while he was still asleep, then ran back to her own apartment. She was arrested, charged with harassment and criminal trespass. But I mean, again, this is disgusting. It's also the best case bad scenario that could have happened in this story.
I think you're right.
Aren't you guys dying to know what happened between these two that could have caused her to allegedly act this way? It literally could have been anything.
I thought they were like some kind of relationship gone bad.
Okay, it could be.
Because that's a lot of passion and work.
Yeah, I was going to say, there was some planning involved.
How about, I want to know what she carried it in on. Like, was it a cup?
Be a jar.
Was it a jar? Did she squat over a pitcher?
Okay, now we're getting weird. Why, you're going to call this woman and see if she's looking for an encore?
Well, think of the work she put into it.
Okay.
Which shows me passion.
You have twice brought up the fetish thing, and now you're asking what she
Well, I
carried.
guess so. But I mean, you could go to the bathroom in a toilet and just scoop it out.
With your hand?
But
No,
then
with
it's
like a cup or something.
No, you want pure
Or like a pitcher.
Colombian urine.
You want straight
But you're getting more.
veg on dude. Yeah. Like, you want it as fresh and warm as possible.
Look, it could be a
Well, you want
relationship.
a warm donut? You want a day old?
It could be a relationship.
That sounds like a relationship.
That's where my thought went. However, the fact that they're neighbors in an apartment complex muddies the waters, no pun intended, on what could have happened here.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, we had a story 2 weeks ago where a guy tried to set his neighbor's apartment on fire. It would have also burned down his apartment.
Yeah.
That, how much passion he had with the disagreement he had with his apartment neighbor.
Do they have the age of the man?
It does not have the age of the man, just a 36-year-old
That would help.
woman.
If they were similar in age, it'd be more of a romantic thing, I'm thinking.
Or it could
You
just
want
be,
it to be romantic.
Yeah, I know.
Well, yeah, because what else would it be?
Well, let's say he's been keeping her up all night, so she decided, I'm going to keep you up one night.
But that's
because she
so
just had
much-
enough.
But I get...
I don't think a neighbor dispute, I don't think it takes long to escalate to that point.
And if
To
you don't
fluids?
if you don't sleep,
Yeah.
if you can't sleep because of what someone else is doing, that will drive you to the point of insanity.
You get
And the
hit
fact
with
that
drowsy
she-
urine.
Broke down a door. I don't know.
That's impressive. The whole thing's impressive.
It could just be a really cheap apartment complex.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she didn't spill nothing on the way in, probably.
We don't know that. Like, there was nothing.
Oh, that's liquid gold right there, son.
Is it possible
What?
that this woman was trying to play a prank that went too far?
Oh, my God.
So look.
That's nuts.
She was arrested at 1 a.m. on Monday,
Wait. So that's technically April
Fool's
1st.
Day, but we don't know when the actual incident happened. It's also possible that she was drunk and thought she was being funny.
Okay.
I mean, it happened. If she was arrested Monday at 1 a.m., you would think that it happened Sunday night. That's Easter. Were people getting after it on Easter? It's not really a drinking holiday,
No.
right? Okay.
All right, so let's say this happens to you with a neighbor.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And she comes over, and she did it as an April Fool's joke.
She threw urine on me.
Stupid as it is.
Okay.
Do you call the cops? If she
Yeah.
didn't really mean it.
Yes. What do you mean she didn't mean it? She threw
She
urine
thought.
on
She
me.
thought. I mean, she thought it was. She was doing a stupid joke.
No, bro, you throw urine on me, I'm calling the cops. That's a fine way to live your life, I think.
Yeah.
If you hit me
fair.
with your urine in an
What if she's
intentional way.
cute?
No.
Little country cutie.
I don't care. She threw urine on me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm calling the cops. You're not?
Yeah. I'm single. Yeah, probably.
Probably. You're the one that I would think would be the most grossed out by
I would be
something like
grossed out.
this.
I would be grossed out.
Bro, like it's a legitimate.
I
like,
know. It's
No,
assault with a deadly urine.
no, I'm saying like you could get sick.
If it got on your clothes, you're not gonna get. We should get a funnel and pour it down your
Bro,
mouth.
if it gets in your eyes, if it gets in your ears, if it gets in your mouth, if it gets into any orifice, you can get sick.
I don't really.
Kimmy, can you Google the diseases you can pick up from
How do
someone
they make
else's
those
urine?
porns of people all dead?
Well, yeah, they don't live long, man. I don't know if you've looked at the average age of porn star. It's like the NFL, right around the same.
Not for long.
Yeah, bro, I can't think of a scenario where someone would intentionally throw urine
As a
on me.
joke.
As a joke. That's, yeah.
I know
again.
it's terrible. It's gross. I don't know if I'm calling the cops.
Yeah, okay, fine.
What if she's really sorry?
After she intentionally threw urine on you
As a joke. As
Yeah,
an
no,
April
I'm still
Fool.
calling. You can't be that sorry if you intentionally threw urine on me.
All right.
How do you get to the point in your mind where you're like, oh, I know what's going to be funny? Soaking him in my body waste. Because that's what you're doing. Your body has rejected this.
Yeah, I know.
Kimmy, what do we got?
A lot of things I can't pronounce.
Okay.
Well, they're probably not that bad.
Leptospirosis.
Oh, that's bad. Also, breakfast dish, you can get at a lot of Greek diners.
Tinkleosis. I think you do get tinkleosis.
Schizosomiasis. I have no idea how to pronounce these.
Does it say what these things? Can you get hepatitis?
Okay,
can't you?
so,
can get
so
wismonia.
leptospirosis is a disease caused by a bacteria that can be found in all mammals. The bacteria spread through urine of infected animals or people and can live in polluted water. It also says though, firstly, urine from a healthy person is pathogen free.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, no,
It's-
I would
If
think
she's
that,
young and healthy, she kick the door down.
No, I would think that a woman who kicks a door down and decides throwing urine on you is a good idea, according to police. That's probably a healthy woman who makes really good choices.
Young, wild and full of pee.
So to me, the best part of this story is how it ends. Because police say she ran back to her apartment.
Which why?
In the report, it says she ran.
Unless
it
did she
says
think like he didn't see her?
that has to be it.
How about the dribble trail?
Like he would just because he was so confused, didn't see anything, and she could get away with it.
Kimmy, I think you're
Which
right.
also makes me feel like it's a neighbor feud.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, I have this image of her, like, rushing through the front door of her place, like, quickly putting on a pair of glasses and opening a book.
Yeah.
Oh, just reading Pride and Prejudice. What happened to you? So, you know what really sucks the most about what happened to this victim?
Yeah.
The guy who was soaked in urine. We can assume that she is still living in the apartment because this incident allegedly happened 2 days ago. There's nothing in the story that says there was a restraining order put against her.
Yeah.
So there is a fear for this guy, if she's willing to kick down your door and soak you in urine, that something else could happen.
Yeah.
At minimum, there is a chance that the two of you could run into each other in the hallway or in the parking lot. If you're the man who was hit by this rogue cup of urine, are you going out of your way to avoid this woman?
Yeah. I
So
mean,
she
if it was like bad like that, like you say, yeah.
She wins. You're altering your life.
Wouldn't you move if you could?
Yeah, but you may not be able to. Moving's
Right.
expensive. And by the way, everything's rents are high. Everybody's sold out. Where do you go?
Yeah.
But you may be stuck there.
And even if you have a place you could go, I mean, Kimmy, you probably have a lease, right?
So maybe
Yeah.
you had to be the bigger person and try to.
But you don't know
Cool things
what's
down.
coming next.
Yeah, I mean,
Kimmy's
Kimmy's right.
unless
Well,
like
don't
you
piss-
know what caused it. I think
All right.
it's worse if you have no idea where this came from.
I'm dying to know how she reacts afterwards. Like, if this was a drunken, quote, mistake, and she wakes up the next morning and tries to apologize, do you accept that apology?
Yeah, I think I would. I mean, if I had to live next to her, what other choice you have? I mean, you got to either make it. Yep, don't piss her off, literally. I would say try to make the best of a bad situation. And if you're stuck there.
Try to make the best of a bad situation. Okay. I think this was a very eye-opening discussion when it comes to where your line is for things.
Well, I think I'm a
The
very
thin
tolerant.
yellow line.
This
I
is
think
like
I'm
a woman Tommy would date later on, apparently, if she's cute.
I think I'm a very tolerant person. Which makes me a nice person.
Yes, you're a very nice person. All right. It's Tuesday, so we got Where They Whining coming at 9 o'clock. But as we continue our search for the whiningest, bitchinest town in the greater Rochester area, ladies and gentlemen, we've made it to the Final Four.
Oh, is it?
Well, no, because there's still the championship.
I mean, this is,
Yeah, we're getting towards the end here. We started with 32 towns, villages, and neighborhoods. And the goal here wasn't to find the craziest stories like we read every Tuesday on Where They Whine and try and guess where they're coming from. The goal was to find which town bitches and moans the most overall.
Yeah.
There are some shockers.
Oh.
There is a Cinderella that has snuck its way into the top 4 teams.
Wow.
And there is going to be an East Side, West Side battle royale that could lead to a final East Side, West Side battle royale. We'll get into it. And I'm dying to know what chance this Cinderella team has at toppling the be-all and end-all of bitchin' in Rochester.
Damn.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. But first... We started with 32 towns,
Yeah.
villages, and neighborhoods. Today, we are left with 4.
Wow.
And things are not exactly working out the way everyone thought they would.
Well, that's what's so exciting about this time of year, Pat.
There are 2 towns we did not expect to be in the positions they're in, Tommy. And one you could definitely call a bitchin', whinin' Cinderella.
Wow.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:45 this morning. You know, yesterday being April Fool's. There was one restaurant that goes big every year, and they design an ice cream that is supposed to be a joke.
What?
That's right. It's an annual tradition. However, this year, they may have stumbled backwards into the most delicious ice cream sundae
really?
you've ever heard. I'm being
Is it
serious.
real?
It's a Sunday?
It's a Sunday. Now, they handed it out yesterday. I'm telling you, if they sold this thing, I would be first in line to try.
Smash, huh?
And we'll tell you what it is and who's made it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Our WCMF break room where they whine in bitch burbs bracket is down to the final 4.
Wow.
Now, for those who may not understand what's happening here, for the last 2 weeks, we've been able to go to WCMF.com. We started with 32 villages, towns, neighborhoods in the greater Rochester area, much like we do for Where They Whinin'. But the problem with Where They Whinin', which we will be doing at 9 o'clock today, is we get the craziest stories,
Yeah.
right? And just because a town shows up over and over again and Where They Whine, it doesn't mean that's the town that bitches and whines the most. That's what we were trying to figure out. So you listeners, by the thousands, have been voting every 4 days to move towns into the next bracket.
Yeah.
We are down to our final 4.
Wow.
2 towns we expected to see.
Okay.
1 town you can make an argument for.
Yeah.
And 1 program, small program, that has shocked its way into the Final 4.
So that would be our bitcharella.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it would.
And now that I'm thinking about it, maybe this isn't as much of a surprise as we think.
Oh. Are we ready to find out
I'm
the
ready.
matchups? Kimmy?
Yep.
Let's do this thing. Our number 1 overall seed survives and advances.
Oh, okay.
Pittsburgh took down Brighton in the Elite 8.
You mean Bitchford?
Okay, I mean the first one was cute. Like the now
I
we're
like
just-
Bitchford.
Now we're street.
It's going to stick.
A battle of touching East Side towns sees Brighton go down, and Pittsburgh moves on to the Final 4 to take on our Cinderella squad,
Oh, so this is the one. Huh?
East Rochester.
Wow. They're right next to each other.
East Rochester bested Parenton in the last round, so that means
Okay.
either Pittsburgh or East Rochester will be playing for a championship by the end of the week. Now, I am shocked that East Rochester has made it to the Final 4. Thoughts on that, Tom?
Small program.
Thank you, right? It's one of the tiniest towns in the greater Rochester area.
Right.
But I have noticed every time we play Where They Whining, somebody always guesses East Rochester.
All right.
Like
Okay.
it's always in the mix of people thinking somebody's bitching from East Rochester.
I've never really thought of East Rochester as a bitch in town. I know you got a lot of old folks there, but they don't really just keep to themselves. It's like an island,
Yeah, it is.
right?
Yeah, true.
I'm shocked.
Maybe there's a lot of bitching that goes on that we're not aware of because we're not on the island.
within East Rochester, but then that would mean that people in East Rochester are voting for East Rochester,
Oh, true.
making themselves the bitchiest town,
Could be.
or at least one of the Final 4. All right, but Pittsburgh or East Rochester need someone to face off against,
What we got?
and we have something else brewing here on the other side of the bracket.
Oh,
Are we ready?
yeah.
Let's go. A community known for its haves and its have-nots.
Oh, that's a powerhouse.
Canandaigua
Yeah.
has earned itself a trip to the Final 4.
Bitchadegua, yeah.
They did that by taking down Gates in the Elite 8. And based purely on news stories, the fact that Canandaigua has moved past Gates is not all that surprising, right? We see insane stuff all
yeah.
summer long, and a lot of people bitching and moaning because, again, you have people that have a lot of money, folks who coming in from out of town that are using it as a luxury resort,
Oh, yeah.
lined right up against folks that live in low-income housing and trailer parks. It's going to cause some tension. And Canandaigua will be facing off against the biggest program in the greater Rochester area, the town of Greece.
That's it.
Another one of our top 4 overall seeds, Greece bested Spencerport, the Pittsford of the West Side, in the Elite 8. And here's the thing, guys. Greece versus Canandaigua in a bitch-off.
Yeah.
That's a hard matchup to handicap.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Because it's 2 different kinds of bitching.
Oh, yeah.
The rich bitch versus the working class bitch.
Interesting enough, though, both lake towns in a way.
Okay, no, they are. They are lake
Yeah.
towns. They're right
Different
on the
kind
lake.
of lake town.
Sure, for sure. Yeah, I mean they're not similar in that aspect.
Well, no, now that you bring it up, you can make the argument that Greece is also a town of the haves and the have-nots.
Yeah, but not to the degree
But it's
not even close.
It's not
man.
like Canandaigua where like there's like one main strip, or you know what I mean. Like Greece is just so massive and
And it's not
spread
a
out.
resort town.
But there are $1 million homes in Greece.
Yeah.
There are. You got a couple nice ones.
Okay.
But,
Bro, you
bro,
couldn't,
it ain't Canandaigua.
you couldn't
bro.
afford to live on the water in Greece.
Yeah,
I
when
can
was the
afford to
last
live
time you took a
anywhere. I
drive
can
along
afford
the
to
lake?
live where I live now. But I'm just saying, you can't take the nicest
But
house
that's-
in Canandaigua
Yeah.
and then take the nicest house in Greece.
Okay, fine.
It ain't even close.
Fine,
man.
but you can make the argument that there are more nicer houses in Greece
Yeah.
than there are in Canandaigua.
Yeah, based on population, yes.
Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, that is a fair statement.
Okay.
But I don't vacation in Greece for the summer.
You don't vacation in Canandaigua for the summer.
Yeah.
No,
Can't
but I do
afford
go
that.
down there. A buddy of mine goes down
No,
there
but
all
I go
the time.
down there sometimes.
I don't like going down there.
I wasn't talking about you.
No, who are you talking about?
Another buddy of mine.
No, you have no other buddies. No, like when it comes to the rich bitch of Canandaigua,
Mm-hmm.
because I mean, granted, Greece has the haves and have-nots things going on. Greece is thought of more as a working-class town.
Mm-hmm.
Which wine bothers people more? Rich people whining or working-class people whining?
Well, you don't want to hear rich people whining. Why you whine? You got everything.
Okay.
You suck.
But
Right, but-
that leads to more whining,
And you also have this
pettier whining.
and you also have this attitude where you look down on everything that people in Greece and Gates and Chilai on the west side
When
have
have
to
I
say.
ever done that?
Everything, every bitch and whine they have. Oh, shut up! You maybe if you weren't so busted. That's what you sound like. So now, with Pittsburgh taking on East Rochester and Canandaigua taking on Greece in the Final Four, we have a picture of what our championship matchup could look like. And
Okay.
just like in the NCAA tournaments, there are matchups that people just want to see. Now, by the way, if you want to vote, it is open now. WCMF.com. This will be open for 4 more days. We should have our championship lined up by the end of the week. But like we said with the tournament, there are matchups people want to see. For example, this weekend in the NCAA men's tournament, the best basketball national championship happens if the 2 1 seeds that are left, UConn and Purdue, manage to win their games.
Yeah.
In this case, that would be Pittsburgh versus Greece.
Yeah.
That's everything we've ever dreamed of.
Yeah, it is.
A true East Side versus West Side
Yeah.
battle royale to determine once and for all who is whining the most.
Yeah.
Like, if we could make this what we wanted, we want that Pittsburgh-Greece matchup, don't we?
Yeah,
I
but
think so.
you never get it then.
What do you mean?
Why?
Because when you want those, they never happen.
Okay.
So you're saying
You know
don't
what I'm
put your
saying?
money on it?
No.
Okay. But see, there are people that also love Cinderellas. You're seeing that with East Rochester, small town, Tommy.
That's what I'm thinking.
Sure, they bitch, but their bitch per capita may be high. But you can't really make the argument that they're bitching and whining on the same level of a Pittsburgh or a Greece. You can't.
Yeah.
It's impossible.
But I'm just thinking obviously the dream scenario is Greece Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
But the one you wouldn't see coming would be East Rochester and Canandaigua.
Okay, but there's a problem with that.
And those are 2 completely different communities.
Yeah, I mean, there's not one similarity.
Nothing.
But that's the problem with cheering for Cinderellas. Because don't get me wrong, it's fun that
Well,
East
they're going to
Rochester.
disappoint you in the end.
That's just it. Like this weekend in the NCAA tournament, if 11-seed NC State beats Purdue and 4-seed Alabama beats UConn, do you really want to watch a Wolfpack versus Crimson Tide national championship? No. There's no blue bloods there.
Yeah.
The idea of it is fun.
Till it
but-
happens.
Yeah, and then you're falling asleep watching what you waited a whole tournament for. I would not be excited by an East Rochester versus Canandaigua final. That would suck hard. Who cares at that point?
Yeah.
We need at least Pittsburgh or Greece to advance, and the dream scenario is Pittsburgh versus Greece. Fair?
Yeah, I mean, it's true.
Because, here's the thing. If ER and Canandaigua line up in the final, it's a blowout. East Rochester comes nowhere near Canandaigua.
Yeah. I guess that's why I don't even know how the actual Cinderella story ends when they always say Cinderella story.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to think of the last,
Does she die in the end of that
No,
thing?
she doesn't die. She ends up marrying the prince.
Oh. And then she dies?
Yeah, then, well, we all die. We're all dying
Well,
right now.
true. Yeah.
We're slowly moving towards the sweet release of death. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We have our final 4 in our WCMF break room. Where they whining? Bitch Burb bracket. It is Pittsburgh taking on East Rochester. On the top half of the bracket, it is Greece taking on Canandaigua in the bottom half of the bracket. The other really interesting part
What's that?
about how this bracket is played out, Tommy. Money doesn't necessarily mean that people think they're bitching in certain places.
Well, you got two money towns, though, that are in it.
You're right. Pittsford and Canandaigua are in the Final Four.
According to you, a lot of multi-millionaires live in Greece.
It's true. But here's the thing. Greece took down Spencerport.
Mm-hmm.
And, Kimmy, would you say that people look at Spencerport as a higher-end place than Greece right now? They call themselves the Pittsford of the West Side.
I almost think that's a... I thought that was kind of a
joke,
self-title that Spencerport gave itself.
Okay.
So I don't know. I guess I don't know how the towns nearby view it.
I never think of those towns as money towns.
You don't look at Spencerport as a money
it is a
town?
canal town.
Canal town, quaint.
Yeah.
Semi-quaint.
It's a desirable place to live.
It's West Side quaint.
No, but that's what I mean. Like if you
you decorate your muffler shops. I get it.
All right, let me ask you a question.
What?
If someone said, "Yeah, I live in Greece,"
Yeah.
and someone next to him said, "I live in Spencerport," who would you think had more money?
Neither.
That's not an answer, you idiot. Who
I
has
don't.
more?
I don't
You're a
think
better
of them.
perspective because you didn't like. I grew up on the West Side, so I feel like I don't have that same view of those places based on people I knew that lived in these places and kids that I worked with. So I don't know what you, as a Pittsford person,
A Pittsfordite.
Pittsfordite.
I mean, I would
sees.
probably say, yeah, I wouldn't think of those money towns just because there's water there. Because y'all got West Side water.
You're such an arrogant.
Same
bitch.
canal activities.
No.
In Spencerport?
Why not?
Why?
I mean, all the stuff in y'all's water is rented.
As we look at the other side of the bracket with money,
Yeah.
East Rochester took down Parrington.
Yeah.
Parrington is
That's money. That's a nice little money town.
Well, it's Canal Town, or I'm sorry, Trail Town, USA, according
Yeah.
to the sign when you drive.
And you got
in.
trail, you get money.
I mean, you would think that if we're going based on money, Parrington would have blown East Rochester out of the water. You don't think high end
Yeah.
when you think the village of East
No, you
Rochester,
don't.
with all due respect to you folks out there. So that one definitely shows us, hey, it's not about money. Folks don't just see cash and think whining and bitching. This bracket is proving that these towns have living, breathing reputations based on what the people who live there do, or at least what you think the people who live there
They
do.
breathe the bitch, man.
Shut up. I am a little disappointed being a born and bred Gates resident that Gates got knocked out in the Elite Eight.
Well, you should be proud.
I know.
Isn't that something to be proud? I would think like you wouldn't want to see your town in the matchups.
I mean, we had this discussion when this bracket started.
Yeah.
Would people want their towns to advance? And I thought, no, that's stupid. And when Gates got knocked out, I was a little bit sad.
Yeah, but I don't really never think Gates is a bitchy town.
But you don't go to Gates.
No, but I mean, just in my mind, my image of Gates is not that they whine. They got problems. Big problems.
They don't have
but
big
they're not
You're saying
whiny.
like they're too busy with their own personal
Oh,
problems
they got
to
side
whine
hustles
about
going
other
on.
problems.
Don't worry about it.
Gates never shows up in the news. You realize that, right? When's the last time we did a news story about something happening in Gates?
Yeah, because everybody keeps it on the down low. You know why? You know why? No narcs. Your town doesn't have any narcs. That's a good thing. Nobody narcs in that town.
Is that a good thing? My dad was a cop in that town. That's a good
Yeah, he
thing.
never narcs.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Don. Don says, people from East Rochester messed up the bracket. Parrington is way more of a bitchy town than East Rochester. It sounds like those people just want to be relevant for something, and that's why it happened this way.
I wonder how many people that didn't grow up in Parrington or near Parrington know where exactly Parrington is.
I have no idea where Parrington starts and ends.
I don't
No
either.
idea.
That may have hurt their voting.
I also don't know what villages are in Parrington. Is Fairport in Parrington?
I thought Fairport was its own thing.
No, it's a village of Fairport.
Yeah, it's Village of Fairport. Fairport.
Village of Fairport.
Village of Fairport in Parrington, right?
It is?
I think it's in Parrington, but I didn't
Yeah, 'cause
know
when
that.
you
Like
go-
the
when
way
you-
Spencerport's in Ogden.
Yeah.
I think Fairport's in.
I thought Fairport was like its own town.
No.
I didn't realize it was like in something else.
No, see, it throws you off because they have a school district, much like Spencerport does, even though
Yeah.
Ogden is the town that Spencerport resides in.
Oh.
I don't understand how any of this works because there are towns that have school districts, right?
Yeah.
Like Gates, Chi-Eli are two towns that are a school district, and they play Spencerport in football, even though Ogden is the town that runs right up against
Oh.
Gates. That doesn't make any sense, man. Why does Ogden not have the school district? Because there are kids that are in Ogden that are going to Spencerport.
You know why you have all this?
Why is that?
Because when they formed this country, it was a bunch of drunk frontier people coming up with this crap.
Okay, they
It's,
do.
it's a village within a town. So
Yeah.
the town is Parrington.
I'm
the
a village
is
in Ulster.
Fairport.
Well, then I'm the town.
Well, no, but wait a minute.
You fall under my jurisdiction.
How long has Spencerport been a school district? Probably less than
Since the 1800s.
No, you idiot.
These towns all go back to like pre-Civil War.
It doesn't mean they had a school district is still
they were the fighting lanterns.
School district is still a relatively new idea.
No, it ain't.
Yes,
they went to
there are.
school.
No, there would be schools, but they wouldn't have districts where you would go based on where you lived.
I thought they did. Like you had to walk to school.
Once the population grew, they had to draw some lines.
Could you Google when the Spencerport School District started?
I'm gonna say.
I didn't ask you. I'm
gonna take a shot.
Nobody is asking.
I'm gonna say post-Civil War 1870s.
No, it was. There's no way it's the 1870s. I don't even know if Spencerport existed in the 1870s.
They did.
How do you know?
They had the Battle of Spencerport that we won.
You literally just said, I know nothing about Spencerport, and now you're trying to drop Spencerport
famous battle against the British in 1812.
Name me one
when
famous.
the boys held the line. We're gonna fight. We're gonna fight these Brits. You tell me what that school district we're fighting for,
Can't
fellas.
even hold your mic up to your stupid voice with your stupid joke.
We're gonna get them redcoats. We're gonna fight lanterns. Let's go.
We got more Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Jessie. It's a lady, Jessie.
Oh.
She says Canandaigua should not be in the Final Four. All the bitching you hear comes from tourists that don't understand why they ended up in Canandaigua. Those aren't the residents of the town. That's what this should be based on. I call foul. Well, no, I mean...
A bitch is a bitch.
And we just had a story over the summer of residents that were bitching about that. Remember that place that had the outdoor concert venue?
Oh,
and
yeah,
they didn't have the proper
yeah.
permits, and they ended up shutting it down
Right.
because folks that spent a bunch of money to live in this high-end place were, I don't want to hear that noise in the middle of the day. I don't like it. Kimmy, do we have any information on the Spencerport School
So
District?
if I'm reading this right, it seems like about 1949 is when they took the local schools and made them Spencerport schools.
Oh, that's weird.
But
'cause I
before
heard-
that,
yeah,
what was it?
just
What do you mean? It was just it was like individual schools.
Yeah, that's what it was. There was a schoolhouse. You went to a
So we
schoolhouse.
fought that war for 1812 for nothing.
You fought a war in 1812, post-Civil War.
Pre-Civil War, post-Civil
It
War.
was post-Civil War.
And
It was a
we
long-ass war.
Shoot the
It was
Brits.
such a long war, but the Brits were still here for some reason.
Yeah, well, you know they say you invite an Englishman over, he never leaves.
Every year on April Fool's Day,
Yeah.
this beloved local restaurant makes an ice cream that is supposed to be silly and disgusting, right? And everyone goes that lives near one of these, and they try it out, and they go, Yesterday, they might have stumbled into something brilliant.
Like a hit.
Bro, I'm telling you, if they put this on the menu
You win.
full time, not only am I in, I promise you, I'm going to make a prediction.
Right.
85% of fat guys listening to this show would get this on a weekly basis.
Oh, it's a fatty special?
How nobody's tried this before is mind-boggling. Because it's the perfect combination of flavor, and it's so Rochester. We'll tell you what it is next here in the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. every once in a while, a mistake will lead to a genius invention.
Oh.
For example, did you know Play-Doh was supposed to be a wallpaper cleaner?
Oh, really?
And it became one of the most popular toys in the history of America.
Love me some Play-Doh.
That might be what we have here. Not Play-Doh, but a delicious food that started yesterday as a joke.
And you're in.
I am 1,000% in. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF right now. You can go to the contest page at WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win tickets to see the Satch Vai U.S. Tour.
Ooh, big guitar show.
That's right. Joe Satriani and Steve Vai. Apparently, they're doing separate sets and then a combined set, which is pretty sweet. Look at you. Yeah, I mean, if you know.
Those two cats are going to hook up.
Yeah, but you know Satriani, you know Vai. You know they're getting together, bro. Maybe kiss each other on the mouth or something.
Just do the Shredonomics.
They're coming to the Kodak Center April 14th. 2 lucky winners will be randomly selected. Each will receive a 4-pack of tickets to the show. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. So it was April Fool's Day yesterday. And a tradition of one Rochester beloved restaurant, Tom Wall's, is to hand out strange ice cream every April Fool's, right? So in the past, some of those flavors have included garlic ice cream, sauerkraut ice cream, cheeseburger ice cream.
That sounds pretty good, actually.
The cheeseburger ice cream had actual pieces of cheeseburger in the ice cream.
Wow.
Yeah. And this year was no exception. But they did a little bit of a twist on it. They did an April Fool's Sundae. A meat sauce sundae.
Oh.
So it's a standard sundae and then drizzled with meat sauce.
Vanilla ice cream topped with Tom Wall's Meat Hot. Folks yesterday were able to roll in any Tom Wall's and try their free sample of a Meat Hot sundae. And this is the greatest food invention I've ever heard.
Well, it checks off all the boxes. Salt.
Yep.
Fat.
Yep.
Sugar.
Sweet.
Yep. I would pay for this. I'm not even kidding. If you were to offer me this sundae, vanilla ice cream, meat hot, nuts, whipped cream, and a cherry, I will give you money. Let me try this, please, Tom Wall.
I almost wonder if it tastes like sour cream or something with meat hot sauce.
What?
I mean, no.
Like I'm trying to just gauge like how it would go together.
It would be sweet and sultry.
Well, there are people that use like they'll substitute like Greek yogurt for sour cream, and they'll say like you can't tell a difference when it's mixed with certain foods.
Yeah, those people are lying. You can
no,
always tell
I've
the
done it.
difference.
Have you ever done it before?
No, but it sounds stupid. It's a stupid thing.
It's not. It tastes
come
like
on,
sour
you can't
cream.
put Greek yogurt and replace it with sour cream.
I
how
swear.
about baked potato with some Greek
trust
yogurt
me,
on it? Shut up, Kimmy.
I swear, I've had it before, and I was shocked. I was shocked at like how similar it tasted.
You have had awful takes all morning. I don't know what's gotten into you. I hope you're feeling okay. That is a terrible
Because
taste.
sour cream is delicious. Like on a potato, something like that.
Yeah.
Greek yogurt, it's very bland. It doesn't have that pop to
Has
it.
the same texture and taste though when it's combined with certain things. I'm telling
Great.
you.
That sounds awesome, Kimmy. It's good.
I would think it wouldn't taste
I'm just trying to see how like the ice cream would go with something like savory like meat hot sauce,
Because it
and
would
that's what I
be-
was comparing it to in
So
my head.
it would be something that's like fatty,
Yeah.
which what the meat sauce is,
Yeah.
Yeah.
combined with the sugar of the ice cream,
Yeah.
would be delicious.
And by the way, if you go whipped cream
but
on
it's
top,
a vanilla flavor.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter.
What's your
Those are
point?
the-
everything
those-
everything goes with vanilla.
That's the 3 basic cravings, right?
Yeah. This is why are you fighting me on this? This is brilliant. Kimmy, why are you doing this to us? Why are you doing this? 252 WCMF. You wouldn't want
I think it's just the vanilla. It's the my brain can't comprehend something that I feel like I should be eating for dinner on top of something that I want for dessert.
Okay. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about Tom Wall's yesterday. They did their every year April Fool's Day joke ice cream. Yesterday they did a sundae, a meat hot sundae. It was meat hot sauce over vanilla ice cream. And it sounds delicious. And I will pay for this. Think about this, man, right? You go from top to bottom, cherry, whipped cream, meat hot sauce, vanilla ice cream. Okay? When you go spoon down, sweetness of the whipped cream,
Yeah.
meat hot,
the fatty saltiness of the meat sauce.
Back into the ice
sugar,
cream,
the
and then
delicious
with
sugar.
crunchiness of peanuts, bro. This has got everything.
So what do
Come
you-
on, Tom
so-
Walls, make this a real thing.
So how are you eating it then? Are you eating it after a meal? Are
Yeah.
you eating it as a meal?
Ooh, this could be one of those like mid-afternoon.
It's just a treat.
Yeah,
Sunday
okay.
afternoon treat with the kids.
Well, hit me with that. Tell you, if
But
you
I don't know. Am I going to be hungry for like dinner afterwards? Because I'm not getting that.
Always thinking about the next meal. Never satisfied.
But I don't know how to
Where's my
categorize
dinner?
it.
All right, let's go a step further. You could make this a meal
Oh, yeah.
if you added French fries.
By the way, if you eat that, you
Okay.
don't need dinner.
Oh, shut up! Don't turn on me too, man. We were home team here for a second.
I am, but Jesus Christ, you
You're
need
taking
dinner after
okay,
all that?
You know you're on the wrong side if you were on Tommy's side when it comes to combo food, sweet, savory,
No, 'cause
anything delicious.
You're arguing everything tastes like sour cream. You're not gonna believe it. I
It
taste some
does. Try
packet
it.
peanuts.
I'm
Tastes
telling
like
you.
sour cream. Put them on top of my potato now. Tastes delicious. Look, man, I'm telling you, there are fat guys listening right now.
yeah.
85% of fat guys whose mouths are watering, where if Tom Walls were to offer this, they would go and try it immediately.
But you can get a fat guy to do anything with ice cream. You
What?
can. You can get a fat guy to do anything
No.
if you tempt him with ice cream.
No, the garlic ice cream that they did sounds gross. The sauerkraut ice cream, I love sauerkraut.
You think an
it sounds
Italian
gross.
fat guy is going to pass up garlic ice cream?
Could you imagine what their skin would smell like the next day, sweating?
They already have that.
Ugh, ugh. Here's what's brilliant about the vanilla ice cream with this.
Yeah.
The vanilla ice cream is the artist palette of food.
Well, it's base.
It goes with everything.
It's the original ice cream.
It's delicious on its own. You can just have plain vanilla ice cream and you'll be satisfied.
Yeah.
But there's nothing you can put with vanilla ice cream that doesn't taste delicious. Try and name something. Except Greek yogurt.
well, I'm
that will
just
make it
thinking. So, for instance, you're at a Red Wings game,
suck. Okay.
and you got a bowl full of vanilla ice cream and a hot dog.
Yeah.
Are you dunking that hot dog in vanilla ice cream?
Yeah, I dunk a hot dog in vanilla
I'll
ice
put
cream.
No.
a fish taco in that son of a bitch. I don't care.
You're not eating any of it, so I don't want to hear from you.
Great point, Ken.
You'll
Kenny,
just
when
be
you-
there for the smells.
Let me ask you this.
Oh, Pat's mom's there?
Bro, home team, man. What the hell happened? F you. You're on your own now. You're on your own little mini island of douche that they fought for in the War of 1812 and 1870 and 1949 in Spreadsport. You dip your fries in a Frosty?
Yeah, but those are
That is
those are
delicious.
those are fries though. I'm thinking like once it comes
Write this down. Fries are fries, Tommy.
Can't beat that.
Let me go.
those that like
She's
potato
right.
starch and ice cream different than like your main
You're out of
course
your
in
mind
ice
here.
cream.
I promise you this. If your husband was here and
Why
I
isn't
said,
there a hot dog topping then? Why don't ice cream places have meats as like sprinkles?
meat sprinkles, bro. Oh my God.
So, wait, you're talking about a hot dog and what else?
Cut up hot dog that you put on top of your ice cream.
Oh, I was thinking like a hot dog and you put like this, the condiment
Oh, you
is
could
the
do
ice
that too.
cream.
You could do it
could
the
do
other
that.
way around.
That'd be a dog sundae.
Oh,
So you have a hot dog was the base with the
now you
bun.
call it a cold dog.
All right.
Done.
Cold
Done.
dog.
And then you put the ice cream on top.
Two brilliant ideas in less than 5 minutes coming out of break room. How are we
I
not
don't
millionaires right now? Look, here's the problem.
Listen, I'd be willing to try it, but I'm going into this with a lot of skepticism.
No, but here's why you can't do stuff like that. Why it's not standard, Kimmy? Because when you add ice cream and hot food,
You don't hold.
it becomes an emergency situation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you gotta like scarf it down.
You got it. You see this in the fall time when you do those apple sundaes. You remember, Kimmy?
Yeah.
The apple crisp sundaes?
Yeah.
You got to hammer that sundae or else you're just going to get apple and soup, and nobody likes that. Like maybe the meat hot hasn't happened before because once that meat hot hits the ice
You
cream.
gotta go.
I got it. Nope. I figured it out.
What?
Bro, oh my God, we're geniuses.
Cold meat sauce?
No, you idiot. That sounds
Well, it would be
gross.
cold though. It would get cold.
Here's what you do.
What do you do?
All right. Vanilla ice cream. Okay. Magic shell.
He's standing up right
I'm
now.
so
over
excited.
it
Wait,
because
the
he's so
chocolate?
excited
so
about this.
excited
That
about this.
chocolate syrup that gets hard?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So you do the magic shell, then you do the meat hot, then you do the whipped cream and cherry with nuts
But
on
you
it.
still get some. It's gonna melt quick though.
But you have a little bit of a buffer. You're gonna
Yeah.
get a little bit of time because the meat hot's got to get through the magic shell.
That chocolate Kevlar you put
Wait,
over
It's
so,
it.
yeah, it's a
you're going
bulletproof vest.
chocolate and vanilla
Yep.
and meat sauce.
Yes.
You think chocolate?
Yeah,
Chocolate or you're I don't know about chocolate.
Chocolate goes with everything.
You ever have a chocolate milkshake with a burger?
No. Yeah, I guess. All right. All
Hers
right.
had Greek yogurt. It was really good, guys. You got to try it.
So I knew a kid. We had this fat kid when I was working in the grocery business. He would get a sandwich,
Okay.
and then he would get that big block Hershey bar, put it right in the middle of it, and eat it with his sandwich.
What kind of sandwich?
Just like a standard sandwich, whatever sandwich he was eating, like roast beef sandwich,
Like, okay,
ham
that
and cheese
sounds-
sandwich.
I'm out.
He would put chocolate bars inside his sandwich and eat it.
That's a cry for help.
It's the same concept, though.
No, it's not.
It
It
is.
is.
No,
It's
I mean,
chocolate.
he-
It's
it
sweet.
is.
No,
It's
no.
chocolate.
It's the same
Not.
thing.
No,
It
see,
is.
Now you're on his side.
No.
What does that mean? That makes you wrong.
I think
You're wrong.
you're
It's the
adding
same
too much
basic.
with the chocolate. I think you're taking it one step
Chocolate
too far.
goes with everything.
The chocolate shell is a necessity unless they have a vanilla shell, in which case we can maintain the flavor and protect the ice cream so I get a little bit longer to eat it so I don't get a headache and a stomach ache at the same time from eating the meat sauce with the vanilla.
All right.
Look, all I'm asking,
Yes.
Tom Walls, Mr. Wall, if you can hear me,
Yeah.
give us the opportunity to buy this summer. Because I think you will be shocked with the amount of
Well, I guess
people.
you could do your own there, right?
Yeah, but
Because they sell
Yeah, but-
hot sauce. You can make it. You could order all that and just put the hot sauce on it.
Yeah, but I want to see a teenage kid make it. That's what makes it more delicious.
But are you
Sir,
eating
you
it?
sure you want this? Shut up, kid. Put the sauce on the ice cream.
But are you eating it post meal or is this your meal?
I think that's your meal.
No, I'm going post meal. I'll go cheeseburger, world's greatest cheeseburger, because I want the piece of ham on there too. Or not world's greatest cheeseburger, a Wahlburger,
Okay.
right, with the ham on it. And then I'll do my large fry. I'll avoid the shake because I'm getting ice cream after, so I'll go with soda. And then, yeah, I'll have that
See,
after.
you know how much food that is?
Yeah, it's a
I
burger,
thought what?
fries.
I thought you were on his side.
It's too much food.
It's not too much food.
You don't need all that extra. I'm not paying for all that.
That's a standard meal.
What's that a standard meal?
Burger, fries,
Well,
drink,
you're
and a
adding a
sundae.
little extra to the
That's
dessert.
all. Most people don't eat all that in a day.
Have you ever been to a Tom Walls?
Yes, I've been over Tom Hall.
When's the last time you went to a Tom Walls?
I don't remember.
I mean, these are the
I bet
kind
you
of-
spent 3
When did
decades.
Fairport become a part of Spencer Board?
It was after that post-pre-middle Civil War battle.
right
the,
then.
the better of Fairport.
I've been to burger joints.
Yeah, but you never just get one thing at a burger joint.
I don't
you,
get all
you
that.
Load up, yeah,
Yes,
but
you
you
do.
load up. No, I think like you get all the sides because you think like, well, you're gonna have some fries, right? Or you'll have a bite of this. You share.
If
Like
the-
every time I always did that, I never finished it. I'd always get like I would eat
Too
to that
much.
point like I'm getting sick.
Yeah, you know why? Because you's a bitch. That's why. Bro, here's the rule. If you go to a burger place where the fries come in a paper boat, you
yeah.
always get the fries. Paper boats make fries taste better, whether it's Orbakers, Bill Gray's, Shaler's, Tom Walls.
It
when
is
that-
something about the paper.
Yes, I mean, hell, you know, Stevie T's, Nick Tahoe's, not only do you get the boat, you get the paper wrapped around the fries.
Oh, wow.
World's tiniest plates and paper bowls.
Yeah, yeah. And it makes the burgers look that much bigger. Shut up. You don't know nothing about nothing. You got to have something if you're going to eat this Tom Walls.
You know Billy Preston burger song.
Damn right I am.
You know who Billy Preston is? No.
Yes.
No, you don't.
Sing the song. Go.
I don't know.
Nothing from nothing, need nothing. You can't even do the song. All right, let's take a break because Kimmy's going to continue her run of awful takes this morning.
Really, what's coming up?
Look, man, there are things that we all look at our partners and go, meh. But you keep your mouth shut.
Yeah.
Because when your partner finds out that there are things you don't like about them physically, bad things can happen.
Oh.
However, Kimmy has decided to dive headfirst into this because you are trying to convince your husband.
I'm trying to tell him it's okay.
See, here's the thing. You're painting this, Kimmy, as something he wants to do.
Oh, I think he does.
But
I
the-
think he's intimidated by the process.
Okay, but-
It's the fear of the unknown, Pat.
He's
say-
changing something about himself?
Oh, she wants him to.
Why, the kid's perfect.
I think Tommy's gonna be on my side here
Kid's on a
because
calendar.
we all know how he feels about this.
He's a calendar boy.
You calendar boy.
He is. I'm looking at him.
Right over my shoulder. If you're watching on the live stream, there's his brilliant abs and pecs right there. Kimmy,
Yeah.
I say this as your friend. You're not Kimmy. You have convinced yourself he wants this
All right.
to change this thing you don't like about him, and you are playing a dangerous game.
I'm not convinced that he doesn't want this.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. If you can hear our voices, I want you to imagine.
What's that?
You're given the ability to change one physical thing on your partner that bothers you the most.
Yeah.
What would that thing be? Because someone in this room is making a play to actually do just that and is trying to convince us, and maybe even herself, Tommy, that this is something he wants to do.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. Kimmy, what do you hate about your husband?
I don't hate it. It's just, if there's one thing on his body that I just can't stomach,
I would say his wife.
it's his feet.
Okay.
He has some gross man feet.
Now, when you say gross man feet,
Yeah.
what do you mean?
Like I don't even know how to describe it. They're just not pretty feet. They're just gross. They could use a good scrubbing.
Break out the sanding belt.
So I think he needs it. No, so for instance, one day I came home and he was sitting on the edge of our tub just soaking his feet. He's like, my feet hurt. I don't, I'm like, well, why don't you just go get a pedicure? Like, that was my suggestion. Like, a lot of places offer, like, they have, like, different names for them, but it's pedicures specifically for dudes who just want to go get a nice cleanup of their feet, I guess.
Okay.
All right. A good footing.
And he's so against going to one of these places just to get a good scrub in.
Well, because he's going to feel like a girl.
And I think that's part of it. And I'm like, no, like, it's not that uncommon for a guy to go to a place like that.
It's pretty uncommon.
I mean, I've
I don't know
been
many
to
men
places
that
where
get
I see.
pedicure.
I don't know a single man who at least has
Question:
admitted.
why would they tell you?
That's what I just said. Admitted.
I'm talking to Tommy.
Okay.
But have you ever seen any ad for men's pedicures?
No. But I've also never been in a place that does pedicure, so I guess
It's
I wouldn't
like-
know what it looks like on the inside.
Part of their menu.
Right.
All right, Kimmy, in your life, how many dudes have you seen getting pedicures?
The last time I got my nails done, there was a guy in there getting a pedicure.
One?
Yeah.
That's all. I think it's more common than you think. I saw a man one time
Well,
getting a pedicure.
I just don't think it's a weird thing for a guy to go do.
It's a little weird.
It's a lot of weird.
I mean,
Why?
it's because it's basically designed for women. I've never been to a
Designed for
barber
feet.
shop that has one.
They should do that though.
Barbershop
Is
slash
it
pedicure.
is it just the
I'm
place?
gonna let 80-year-old Tony start working my toes.
So, Kimmy, you're convinced this is something your husband wants.
Yes.
All right, can I ask-
Because he hasn't said that he doesn't want it done. It's the fear of going to a place and getting it done.
Well, there is an option,
What's that?
but she won't.
I'm not
step
touching
up.
those feet.
You could do them.
I honestly don't know what I'm doing.
Oh, all of a sudden you don't know what
I'm
you're doing.
pretty sure you could go
Oh.
on YouTube and see how to give a man a pedicure.
But why do that when you could just go have it done by a professional?
Because he's uncomfortable going to a salon.
But I
So
think
then
once
you
you
could
break
do your
that
Madame Butterfly
barrier,
thing.
you're not going to be nervous anymore. You go do it
She
once.
don't want to do it.
Okay, yeah, you just
No,
said
I
I'm not
don't want
touching
to do
them
it.
feet.
I don't want to touch his feet.
So if your argument is he's insecure about going to a place that does pedicures,
Mm-hmm.
and you want this done and you think it'd benefit him, Tommy's right. You could do this and cut out the middleman and eliminate his fear.
Yeah, but I don't have all the tools and stuff to do
You
it.
can go buy them.
We'll buy him for you.
I don't want to do it.
Okay. I'm gonna
I'd rather just leave the feet as is.
I mean, listen.
My
I don't
point
want to
was
be,
just like, hey, if you want this done, just go have it done.
But if you make love to your man, right? Mm-hmm. You do a lot of gross stuff you don't want to do with your man.
Why?
This seems like at least this one. All you got to do at the end is just wash your hands.
Yeah,
The
but
other
you
ones
don't- you
involve
want to touch man
gargling
feet?
and everything, right? Flossing. I'm saying, like, of all the gross things you'd have to do to
Flossing.
your husband to put a smile on his face, this might let you out the hook.
Wait,
But
I
I
guess I
don't-
never thought about that. Do women floss after that? Does it get stuck in their teeth?
They should. They should. There's stuff in there.
All right, so Kimmy, here's what I'm going to ask you. As we talk about, Kimmy hates the way her husband's feet look. She's convinced that he wants to have a pedicure, but is just insecure about doing it.
Yeah.
First off, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Are there guys listening that have done the pedicure and the manicure thing? And was that your idea or your partner's? Because, Kimmy, what I'm hearing is not that your husband wants to actually do this. You're convincing him that he wants to do it. And the reason he wants to do it is he's aware that you think his feet are disgusting.
He'll admit he has gross feet.
Okay, but he doesn't care. Guys don't care about gross feet. Have you
well,
ever
put
heard
it
a
this
guy
way.
be like, "Oh, my feet are so
Put it
gross,
this way,
boys.
he
I can't
cares
take
enough that he won't wear sandals.
I've seen him in sandals.
When?
I have a picture with him in sandals.
Where?
I think it was at like Ribfest a couple years ago.
There's no way he wore sandals. I'm telling you, I've not seen him wear
I'm gonna find
exposed
that
toes
picture. Exposed toes?
in years.
All right, Kimmy, you're playing a dangerous game here.
I don't think it's a weird suggestion.
Okay, well, as you go do your thing, I'm going to wait for Kimmy to come back here because we have folks trying to get in as we're talking about this pedicure thing and Kimmy's husband. I get that it's way more common, the pedicure thing, today than it was 10 to 15 years ago.
Oh, man grooming and manscaping? Yeah.
Yeah, when it was zero men. But it's not common enough for men to openly talk about it.
No.
Have you ever done it?
Yes, on air, as a joke.
Yeah,
We did, yeah.
I did it, but I was joking, guys. I actually like it.
No, I
didn't
had
like it.
I got my bag waxed. It was very comfortable.
So why don't you go do it again?
I mean, I have pretty good foot maintenance. I'm pretty good with my feet.
What do you mean you're pretty good with your feet?
I have nice feet, and I take care of them.
What do you do to take care of your feet?
Trim them up, wash them.
Okay, every guy trims them up and washes their feet.
Yeah. I keep them in shape.
All right. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy, you're playing a dangerous game here.
I think if you guys tried it, you'd really like it.
It is comfortable. I've had it done.
It's not so much about the pedicure. Kimmy, you're playing a dangerous game, one, with his feelings, because your husband's feet obviously bother you to the point where your cheap ass wants him to spend money to get it taken care of. If he decides not to do this, he will still be aware that you think his feet are gross.
Oh, he knows that.
But you're making him...
That's been since, like, the beginning of our relationship.
You are making him insecure without even realizing it.
Am I?
Let me ask you a question.
Hey, some places offer a free Brazilian with it. Tell him that.
You can use it on his head. How would you like it, Kimmy,
Yeah.
if he started harping on one thing about your body that bothered
Where
him
do you
the most?
start?
No one really wants to know what their partner thinks is the worst physical attribute about them. And even if he goes and gets a pedicure, it's probably not something he's going to get done on a regular basis. So there are going to be times where he looks down and realizes...
I think you just need, like, once in a while, a nice foot tune-up. You don't have to go every week.
Okay, but you're not thinking here, Kimmy. Would you want to know about what he thinks is your worst physical attribute? Because you're openly telling this to his face.
But this is an easy fix. It's not like I'm telling him to go get cosmetic surgery.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So let's talk about that.
All right.
The other problem here, Kimmy's opened up Pandora's box.
No.
Because her just opening her mouth, Tommy, about some physical thing on him she doesn't like, gives him the ability to now do the same if he wants to. And you're not just pointing it out, she's asking him to change it. Kimmy, would you trade?
Sorry, I was reading a tweet. What'd you say?
If he were to get a pedicure,
Yeah.
but he gets to choose one physical attribute about you that he gets to change, would you be willing to make that trade?
Oh, like a tit for tat.
Like a haircut or something?
Oh no, you think your hair is what bothers him the most?
But I'm asking like what the equivalent would be.
What do you think your husband hates most about your body?
He complains about prickly legs when I don't shave every day.
Prickly legs is my favorite Catskills comedian. Remember when he opened up for Soupy Pockets?
Prickly legs.
All right.
Bothered by stubble.
Okay. You really, of all the things on your body.
But that's what I mean. Like, unless we're talking like something to.
It's probably my prickly legs, guys. That's probably what.
Well,
I'm so great. I'm so perfect.
I'm thinking of an equivalent to going and getting a pedicure, like going and getting like laser hair removal or something. I memean, you're talking like. It's not like I'm saying, hey, I hate something on your face. Please change it.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy says her husband has disgusting, gross feet that she won't even touch. She wants him to go get a pedicure. She's convinced he actually wants to do it but is embarrassed by it. We had asked how many guys do the pedicure thing. Yeah. Tom's on CMF. Hey, Tom, how are you, buddy?
Good, guys. How you doing today?
Good, brother. What do you got for us?
Good. Well, I drive tractor trailer for a living. My wife we've been together 22 years. About 8-10 years ago, she was harassing me because I got nasty feet. So after being harassed about this for so long, I finally said, you know what, the heck with it, let's go. I'll go with you. You're getting your nails done. I get a pedicure, not a big deal. Mm-hmm. I've been going like 3 or 4 months ever since. It's heaven.
So you enjoy it?
I absolutely love it. It's relaxing. You sit down in a chair. You're chilled out. It's like massaging your feet and cleaning them up. I go every time. It's like a 30 minutes. I always feel phenomenal when I leave.
All right, Tom, can I ask you a question, though, like about the process of getting the pedicure done?
Sure.
Is it tough to sit in the chair while you're wearing your wife's panties?
Well, yeah, I hang out a little bit, but I'm used to it.
Tom, what does it cost you to get that done?
With a tip, probably $40 maybe.
And you love it, so you're going to keep doing this for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I love it. The funny part was we tried to get my dad to go, right? My dad's 80 years old. The look on his face was absolutely priceless.
Can you imagine what an 80-year-old man's foot looks like?
Yeah, I've seen it. I got a dead tree in my backyard.
I did it as kind of a joke because I knew he would never go.
His foot's got to look like an alligator's.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Hey, Tom,
horrible.
another sincere question. Does the pedicure help with your sex life with your wife? Like, is your wife turned on by your feet now?
Well, she likes it a lot better. She's like, yeah, it absolutely helps.
Kimmy, would you be sexual?
You did something. I did something that, she's like, it's the one part that you can actually go and do something about. That's not a big deal.
No, that's a terrible thing to say to someone. There's lots of things I hate about you, but this is the only thing we can change.
Yes.
That's right. You can change this, and it's easy. And she's like, okay, you're making an effort. That was cool, and it always is.
All right.
It's a plus.
Tom, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
You're welcome.
All right, take care. There goes pedicure time.
We got a tweet from Sean who says, pedicures are not weird for men. When I was in the Army, a lot of us would get them because our feet would get calloused by boots.
No, that makes sense. I get that.
Yeah.
Like, that's a medical
And I'm still
thing.
not buying it, man.
Well,
Like
no.
a line of Marines after D-Day going over to some Parisian foot parlor.
Okay, you always have to, like, go to the
I
most
know.
extreme thing. Like they had time after Normandy. I tell Hitler to wait. We got to get our
Well, they
feet
had a
rubbed.
few days out probably when they went to Paris.
No, I get having if you have
you beat your
calluses
feet
anywhere
up.
on your body, yes, it hurts as the calluses start to grow. Okay, that makes sense. I'm talking about just a regular everyday guy. Like, Kimmy, your husband, you don't want this to make him feel more comfortable. You want this because his feet are gross to you.
But it's both. You kill two birds with one stone.
252 WCMF. We have a ton of Facebook messages coming in.
Yeah.
Again, Kimmy is begging her husband to get a pedicure because she thinks his feet are gross. She says it's his idea. He's just insecure about going.
Yeah.
But the more she talks, it sounds like she's just trying
But
to
I
change
think,
this
You know
man.
what he
but I
needs?
think what?
A buddy to go with him.
Yeah, buddy date.
Yeah, a couple of dudes going in to get
Or
pedicures.
I am surprised that maybe this exists somewhere else, but that there aren't like more spas or places like nail places that I guess would make men feel more comfortable going, like dude-oriented pedicure spots.
You know why those don't exist? Because not enough dudes get pedicures.
Apparently they do. They just don't admit it. We're getting more and more people tweeting at us.
We've gotten 3 tweets.
Doug writes, Doug says, I get a pedicure once a month. Best money I've ever spent.
Right.
Rachel writes us on Facebook. My husband and I get pedicures together as a date. It was my idea at first, but he likes it and has fun and likes the way his feet look now. Okay, that's the other thing, ladies. Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah.
Be careful what you wish for.
To create a monster.
Well, no, not just that. Didn't we assume, Tommy, that salon time was lady time?
Yeah.
Right?
They don't want us around.
Like, they're going there to get away from us, have time with their
Yeah,
friends.
it's like their club.
Like, Kimmy, would you want your husband going to the salon with you every time you went?
Yeah, I don't care.
You don't think that's going to ruin the experience for the other women inside? Like when Tommy goes and gets his haircut at Trends with a Z, you think those women are comfortable watching him underneath that big dome thing on top of his head with the foil coming off it? And I'm not even making a joke. That's the thing that really
Most
happens.
women I know that do this, they're not going in groups unless it's for a special occasion. You're just going to get something done and leaving. I mean, it's not like a group setting.
So you'd hold your husband's hand crossing the threshold of a place to get a pedicure on a regular
Whatever
basis.
makes him feel comfortable.
Because you don't get pedicures, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I do.
You do?
Yeah.
All right. You didn't say anything like a spa person.
Okay.
No, you're not. You don't seem like somebody that would do that.
It's not. I just
What
go
do you
and
mean
get
by
them
that?
done quick.
What do you mean by that?
Well, she doesn't seem like a spa person.
You don't have to go to a spa to get your nails done, Pittsford.
Where do you go to get your nails done?
Well, like
A
she goes.
nail salon?
No, she goes to behind brick buildings, just rubs them against it really fast. What does a spa person look like?
You know, like a girly girl. Like
They're-
fancy purse, fancy outfit. She cares what her nails look like. You know.
I don't know.
fancy
There are a
lady.
lot of people that get their nails done that I guess you wouldn't know.
All right.
We have more Facebook messages coming in. This man actually asked me not to use his name.
All right.
Shame in the pedicure. He says, I get pedicures, but I won't tell anybody. I'm an electrician. The people I work with would bust my balls all day long if they knew. But as a single guy, it helps me with the ladies, and it makes my feet feel better after being on them all day.
All right.
The ladies point that out all the time. Okay, wait. He was a single guy? Who?
And the ladies point out his feet?
Do women have a foot fetish that we're not?
No. Women don't want anything to do with us.
No, I'm saying, like, I mean, you heard Tom call.
Mm-hmm.
He said that it makes things better in his relationship. We have this guy here who asked me not to use his name who says the ladies point out how nice his feet are. Kimmy is trying to go out of her way to get her husband to fix his feet.
All right.
Are feet more important to women than we assumed?
Apparently.
Because, like, if you had a guy that was like, you found out he had a foot fetish, I mean, it's not the weirdest fetish in
No,
the
but
world.
guys have fetishes. I get it.
But even that's a little bit, like, you would look
Yeah.
at him differently if he was
Absolutely.
like, oh, I love feet.
Right.
I buy
Like,
feet
he goes
pics.
feet first, yeah.
Yeah. Onlyfans.com/all your feet. But it would be more strange if a woman was like,
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
dudes.
Yes, that would gross. That's gross.
But if they're asking
That's a sick woman.
But if they're asking us to fix them, they have one.
Then there's a lot of sick women out there.
Kimmy, do you have a foot fetish?
No, I'm just grossed out by his feet.
All
Like
right.
having a nice foot wouldn't turn me on. It would just look better.
All right, let me ask you a
Right.
question. If your husband
Coming up
said,
on sandals.
if your husband said, I want you to go and make your feet look pretty, would that make you uncomfortable?
Yeah, it's a weird thing to say.
No, but that's what you're asking him to do.
I'm just saying clean up your feet,
Make
man.
them look pretty? Man?
I didn't say make them look pretty.
It's just weird how women are like, take care of your
I don't
feet. If
know
I was
if-
like,
I don't
let me
know.
see your feet, they would call the cops. I want to see your toes right
just
now.
asking him to not be gross.
Let me see your
Just don't be gross.
Jason sends us a DM on Twitter. A lot of nail salons have men working in them. They're Thai or Filipino. Thank you, Jason.
Okay.
These are what the people who do nails look like. Yeah, I get it. They have a skill that they learn.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
that doesn't mean that guys are. Do you think those guys are getting them done?
The guys that work at a nail salon?
Like, are they taking time on their, like, going to take a lunch break and get myself a.
That means that your buddy would have to do them for you.
How much money would I have to pay you to give me a pedicure?
They don't make that.
Oh,
much
shut
money.
up. If I offered you $100, would you give me a
No,
pedicure?
I'm not touching you.
$100, $500.
No.
You lie. Why you lie? You would take $500.
Pedicure closed. Go away.
$1,000.
No, it's gross.
Okay, you are so full of crap. Kimmy, how much money would you have to be paid to give Tommy a pedicure?
I have nice feet.
I will say, of all the feet in this building, I bet you Tommy takes the best care of his feet.
I really do.
That being said, I still cannot. There's no amount where I would give
$100.
you a better. No.
$500.
No.
$1,000.
I don't want to do
You guys
it.
are so okay. That's weird.
I don't want to touch your feet.
So when I got my last colonoscopy, when I was laying down, the
Which
nurse.
they call the pedicure of the ass.
Well,
it's an assicure.
I was getting my ass cured. The nurse said, she goes, "Oh, you have nice feet." And she goes, "Most men that come in here have really nasty feet." She said that to me as I was going under. I'm not kidding you.
You know why? Because she normally says you have a nice ass, but she couldn't. Right? She had to go somewhere else.
I have an adorable little can. I got a nice little thrower.
Nice clipper.
I have a nice clipper.
Kimmy, how much money? Never mind.
To give me a
252
colonoscopy.
Let's take one more call. Kimmy says her husband's feet are disgusting. She wants me to get a pedicure. She says he wants it. It sounds like she's just wishing for things because she hates something about her husband's body.
Give it a try. You're not going to hate it.
Chris has got the last word on CMF. Hey, Chris, how are you, buddy?
Hey, back in the day, good morning to y'all. Great subject. Back in the day when I was in the Corps in Japan, I was a ground pounding grunt. My feet hurt all the time. I went to a place. I got my feet did. I got the Brazilian, and they walked on my back.
Okay.
Pretty little Nason walking on my back. I took the pain out of the back, too, with her feet.
The feet I get, the massage I get. The Brazilian, though.
This was in the 70s, too.
No, but why?
So you waxed all the way up, backside.
Because I got hypnotized and I got talked into it.
Okay. I'm gonna end this call. Thank you for the call, though. I appreciate it.
Probably for the best.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm all about keeping it clean down there, right? As a dude, I'm a trimmer. I'm
Oh, you're talking about your private area?
Yeah. I don't think there's a way that a dude could describe to me.
Do they honestly do guys do that? Do
Oh,
they
yeah,
wax
I was just
down
some
there?
guys that, yeah.
That what? are going for a colonoscopy?
No, I'm saying
'Cause I
they
would think, like,
they
if
get
you
that
wa-
wax that area. Yeah, there's guys. I mean,
But I would think if
do you
you
mean?
wax that area, you wax your whole body.
I'm confused. I'm not following.
yes, you are.
No, I'm not. What are you
You just
talking
want me
about?
to say it.
Oh no, I'm scared.
Well, I'm saying okay. I'll say it.
Good.
I would think gay guys would get
Gay
it
guys
done.
get Brazilian wax.
I would say those would be a group that would want it. I mean, you're hanging out down there. Why wouldn't you want to clean it up for your buddy?
Buddy?
Yeah. Well, he is your buddy. If he's down there doing that, that's a bro. That's a butt bro.
We've reached the point of no return.
Yeah,
Well,
we're
he
done.
asked me.
No.
Yeah, you did this.
No, he started making a point. You go, oh no, I've gone too far. I don't know what to do.
Well, I would say if you're having that kind of fun, you'd run a nice, smooth area.
I just kind of assumed it came with the territory.
But they didn't have hair down there?
Well, no, you
Or they
idiot.
did they groom that?
I mean, like, if you were going to be into that kind of thing, like, you had to understand if you go down there, there might be some hair down there.
Yeah, why wouldn't a woman want the same thing?
Well, because what's she doing back down there?
Oh, I thought you meant
We're
just
talking
every.
about the runway.
I thought
No,
you meant just
Brazilian.
everywhere.
Yeah, we're talking about
Backside
Brazilian.
wax.
Yeah. all
Okay,
the-
I
the-
gotcha.
The landing strip.
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
Really clean it up. back
Yeah.
there.
I wasn't sure
Yeah.
what area you were referring to.
It'd be like deforestation.
All right, let's take a break. Rochester, Tommy, you wouldn't consider Rochester a healthy place?
Not really, no.
Well, guess what, bitch? You're wrong.
We healthy.
Well, I mean, we're healthier than the overwhelming majority of cities in America. But
Really?
it's funny. We crush at one specific thing, and we are terrible at another.
Oh.
And they might actually surprise you.
Okay.
We're going to do it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Got to stay healthy, Tommy.
Well, that's the key, but
Health is wealth. That's what they say.
oh, so much so.
And we have hard numbers in front of us that let us know just how healthy Rochester is compared to other places. But the things you think we do well,
Yeah.
and the places you think we'd be hurting,
Yeah.
really?
Really?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. Rochester is the 43rd healthiest city to live in America.
Okay. It's kind of in the middle of the road there, right?
It's actually way better than you think. So this is according to a recent study by Wallet Hub. It's out of the biggest 180 cities in America.
Yeah.
So that means Rochester is in the top 20%,
Okay.
which is great for us. So they figure it out by using what they call healthcare rank, food ranking, fitness ranking, and green space ranking.
I'm always surprised where the unhealthiest cities are because they should be the healthiest.
You
Based
may
on,
not
like,
be
weather, you're
surprised
saying?
by
Yes.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
because of the weather,
Yeah.
the access you have to outside, but no.
No. Okay, so if you had to, you're not going to be able to guess. Can you guess the state the unhealthiest city in America is in?
I'm gonna go Mississippi, and if I'm not on it, I'm touching it.
You were. That's the second. Gulfport, Mississippi is the second least healthy city in America. The least healthy city in America is Brownsville, Texas.
Okay.
Okay,
I
so
wonder why.
it's hot.
It's the South.
Well, no,
and
I know.
Food,
But I like
the
just
South
that
is just the
specific place.
unhealthiest place on the planet.
bad health care.
Yeah.
Okay, so they figured this out using healthcare rank, food ranking, fitness ranking, and green space ranking.
So
Tommy,
it has nothing to do with like the types of jobs somebody might have.
No, they
there?
don't factor
okay.
that in here.
Interesting.
Tommy, of healthcare, food, fitness, and green space, what do you think Rochester ranked the highest in?
It was
Healthcare, food, fitness, and green space.
well because of medical. I'm gonna go healthcare.
Okay, Kimmy, how about you?
I was gonna say that, but we do have a lot of green space.
Okay. Green space was what we ended up the highest on. We are the 15th
Okay.
city in America for green space.
Like every town has like their trails and things like that that are pretty easy. Like it's easy access to all of that stuff.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Now, look, I'm with you. With the U of R here, all the great hospitals we have, 1 in 3 people in the greater Rochester area work in healthcare. I would have said healthcare too. And we're both wrong. Because Rochester ranks 78th in healthcare of 180.
How are we that low with all this fancy health?
I have no idea. Unless there are better hospital systems in other places or easier access.
We got to get us some Cleveland Clinic.
I mean, look, we're still in the top half,
All right.
which is good, better
we
than
low?
the top half. What do you think we'd be the worst in of healthcare, food, fitness, and green space? It's not green
Well, now
space.
you're down to food and fitness.
Which one do you think the worst is?
Food.
Wrong. In fact, we came in great with food, 29th in America.
Yeah, with all the bad
pretty
chow
big
we're
variety,
known for.
though.
Yeah, we're known for a lot of good, bad food.
But I guess whatever you want, you can find,
Yeah, but we
whether
don't
it's
seem
good or
to-
bad.
But we don't seem to want a lot of the good stuff.
Yeah,
We just
but
had a
maybe-
15-minute discussion about putting hot sauce on vanilla ice cream.
True.
So
It's
it's
true.
fitness we rank lowest.
Yeah, 116th. That was the worst we did. By far was fitness.
So we don't work out at all.
Which is weird. I mean, look, I get in the wintertime it can be hard, or at least what used to be a significant portion of the year being wintertime. But even then, there are lots of people who have winter physical activities.
Yeah.
Skiing,
Yeah.
snowboarding, ice skating,
That's-
snowshoeing,
yeah.
cross
I mean, just
country.
work it out in your basement or going to a gym.
And
But we don't do any of that.
apparently not, which is also weird because, Kimmy, we talked about, I think like 2 or 3 weeks ago, the amount of gyms that are in the
Yeah.
greater Rochester area. Planet Fitness has 2 locations in Greece. You said there's 5 gyms within walking distance of your house.
But I
in the
guess,
city.
though, you can belong to gyms and not necessarily go.
Okay, but did they talk to everybody and like, you go to a gym? Do you go to a gym?
But going to a gym and working out are two different things.
Yeah.
My brother goes to a gym.
Brother works out.
He
He's in
does, but he
great
also
shape.
talks a lot.
Okay, you're just jealous of your millionaire, handsome, in-shape brother.
Maybe. He runs his
Definitely.
mouth.
Do you guys look at Rochester as a top 20% healthy city in America? Because that's what we are according to this study.
No.
I looked at us as pretty average in all those categories. Like, I am surprised that we did so well.
I mean,
Like top 20%.
And we are pretty flabby.
short of fitness, we're doing pretty well.
Okay.
And it feels like Rochester being in the spot that they're in, right, 43rd in America, is the exact spot you want to be. Because you're not in one of these cities where everything is fruits and vegetables and pressure to, like, look good and eat right from everybody. But you have the option if it's there, right? And you're not in one of these cities where everything is terrible and nobody wants to go outside and you can't find any kind of recreational activities to do because they don't exist. That would suck, too. Like, 43 sounds perfect.
Okay. We're right in the middle of the road.
And maybe we're all over maybe that's why we're all over the place in these lists. Like, maybe Rochester has the biggest swing in healthy versus unhealthy people in America. right? Like maybe we have a ton of really healthy people and a ton of really unhealthy people and nobody in between.
Well, we do have like a lot of booze options in this town.
You know what's weird? Alcohol doesn't get ranked in this.
Well, I kind of put that in with the food and health.
Okay, but we showed up well with food.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, you're right. We have a ton of craft breweries. Genesee Brewery employs how many people, right? You got the wine country, which is not good for health.
Oh, we got distilleries. Oh, we got people distilling booze, like
Yeah.
whiskeys and stuff.
Yeah. How do you not factor that in with
Right.
health?
You would think it goes hand in hand.
You drink a lot.
Lifestyle, yeah.
We're a drinking town.
I would think so. But then again, I wouldn't have thought we were a good food town. We showed up 29th. Maybe we're not drinking as much as some other places are.
Well, look, we're getting ready to have an eclipse, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many people are planning out their booze first?
Yeah. And
How much day drinking is going to happen on Monday?
Oh, a lot.
It's going to be
day,
like
I'm guessing.
Kentucky Derby drinking.
And there are multiple breweries and wineries that are producing alcohols just for this day.
Yeah.
In fact, Three Heads, part of three breweries that created beer just for the eclipse.
Yeah.
Which you can go get at Three Heads, which I recommend because I'm going to try that. 252 WCMF. Rochester named the 43rd healthiest place to live in America, which doesn't sound great, but that's out of the biggest 180 cities, so we're in the top 20%. We crushed it in food. We crushed it in green space. Healthcare, we're a little better than halfway. Fitness, we were terrible. Terrible. You guys are not getting out enough. So that's got to be it then. There's just a significant portion of the population who does not care, God bless them, about being active in any way.
Yeah. And they're
bad?
doing it right.
Is that bad?
No. I mean, it's bad, but they're probably having fun.
Okay, but you say they're doing it right. What do you mean they're doing it right?
Well, working out sucks. It takes up a large portion of your day.
Yes.
You're constantly worried about it. If you took that, think of how much time you think about diet and exercise in your day to keep your weight down,
It's not a diet and exercise. It's a lifestyle.
which means it's 24/7.
Hashtag no days off.
So if you took that off your plate, you'd be happy.
Yeah, but then
You were a happy kid when I met you. You were fat. You were so adorable.
and all you did was tell me I was going to die young, that I was ugly, that you could see my boobs jiggling everywhere I went. You're laughing. You're a monster. I was a teenage kid. You're a grown man, you piece of crap.
Well, don't come into the bar while I was looking for whiskey.
Kimmy, would you describe yourself as an active person?
When it's warm outside.
Okay.
So you don't work out. in the
I
winter?
like hibernate when it gets cold. I don't want to step foot outside. I don't want to be cold. I don't want to do anything that has to do with the cold.
But you don't work out like gyms and stuff in the winter?
Lightly. Like I'll do like at home workouts, which is really basically like
Nothing.
yoga.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like I definitely up my active game once the weather
Right.
changes.
And that brings up another interesting point. Like, you can't always tell who the people that are into fitness are, because there are people that just look like average folks that go to the gym all the time, and for whatever reason, their genetics never make them look like they go to
Yeah.
the gym. And then you have someone like Kimmy who looks like she works out, and she doesn't do crap for 9 months out of the year.
6.
And you can't ever tell, too, like in the wintertime, what somebody looks like when you got so many layers of clothes on.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
great
you're
for
right.
being a fat guy in Rochester is
You
the
can
great-
cover up a
Layer
lot
up.
of chubby sins.
Like, I would love to do a study. The amount of sexual partners overweight guys get in the wintertime versus the summer.
You think
Oh,
they
yeah.
get more because you're disguising it better?
Yeah, it's easy to cover up. I can put on sweatshirts. I can put on multiple
You can
shirts.
layer. Mm-hmm.
I can wear a sweater, right? Where in the summertime, if I'm out at, I don't know, Cornhill or what used to be Park FS, right? If I'm just wearing a T-shirt, not only are you seeing all my bosom,
Seeing the sweat stains
yep,
go with
I'm
it.
sweating through all of
And when you see a fat guy sitting on a bar stool in a tight T-shirt, you see all the sins.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. All right, so if you're feeling bad about yourself today, feel better. You're in
Yeah,
the
you're
43rd most healthy city in America. Speaking of being active, there are some guys across the street from us today who are hoping they get to activate.
What's going on?
Well, it's opening day, Rochester Red
Oh,
Wings
yeah.
baseball. And, like, going to the game is one thing. Let's hope they are able to get the game off.
Yeah.
But there's another reason why you're going to want to be at the ballpark.
Today.
Today, leading up to Eclipse Day. Because, well, the Rochester Red Wings do everything big.
Yeah.
And there were folks yesterday clamoring to get into the pro shop for what they are selling
Oh.
for this coming totality. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You smell that, buddy?
Yeah, what is that?
It's baseball in the air.
Oh, is that what that is?
Because right across the street today, as long as the weather cooperates, we are going to have our first pitch in Rochester.
Wow.
But baseball may be the secondary reason you want to head over to Innovative Field.
Hey, what's the first?
Well, there's something you're going to love. But with the upcoming eclipse next week, can you really call yourself a Rochesterian if you don't have one of these on your head for the next couple of years?
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Today, your Rochester Red Wings take on the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs. 4:05 first pitch. As long as the weather cooperates, there is rain in the forecast all day.
Looking a little rough.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Now, by the way, the first 1,500 fans will get winter mittens.
Okay.
Always fun.
Oh,
Mittens.
Red
Actually,
Wings
that probably
mittens.
comes
Okay.
in handy because you wouldn't think at this point in the year you'll need them.
No.
But when
you
it's a little
probably
chilly
won't.
outside
Yeah.
and you're holding a cold beer.
That's right. By the way, gates open at 2:30 if you want to head out to Innovative Field. Something you're going to enjoy this season, Tommy.
What's that?
The 10th inning bar has been overtaken by Jack Daniels.
Really?
They are remaking the whole bar, a newly transformed 10th inning bar that'll serve not only old number 7, but a bunch of different whiskeys that Jack Daniels will be producing.
No kidding.
So that I'm
so
looking
it's
at
a Jack Daniels bar.
Yes, it is. And it looks awesome. I'm looking at a picture of what the rendering, what it's going to be. They say it'll be open in late April. So that's exciting.
All right, so it's right around the corner.
You got it. But
Get
if
your
you
Jack on.
don't say get your jack on.
That's what you people think.
Especially
Get
no,
your
at the
Jack on.
ballpark, that's a felony. There's kids there.
You can have a delicious Jack.
No, that you can do. You can have a jack.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get your jack on. But a reason to head to the ballpark, even if you don't plan on sticking around for the game.
We're gonna get.
Yesterday, people in the greater Rochester area were lined up to get a hold of their Rochester Moon Rocks merchandise.
Oh, so this is they're just switching the logo for Monday.
You got it. So from the 5th, I believe, to April 7th, they will be playing the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs. The Red Wings will don the Moon Rocks jerseys, and they are also selling hats, and the hat is awesome.
So what is it?
It spikes as an astronaut. It looks like he's either sliding into home or flying through space. And I need one of these hats more than I need the air I breathe.
Wait, it spikes as an astronaut.
Yes.
That would mean that there is
Spikes in space! Not only are the Red Wings going to play as the Moon Rocks, I believe the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs are playing as the Space Pigs.
no,
Something
cute.
like that.
Okay.
Very fun.
Which also means there's-
Whoa. That would mean the Spikes is up there. Then that would mean
Pigs in space. You suck so hard, man. That's already a thing, you idiot. That's where we got the joke from.
I was gonna say your mom.
Can you call yourself a Rochesterian
Yeah.
if you don't have an astronaut Spikes hat?
I'm gonna have to call myself a Rochesterian and not have the hat.
No, Kimmy?
And I'm looking at hats.
I think this is more
I'm in the hat game.
Tommy is in the hat game right
about
now.
that unusual sports memorabilia collectible item because this is literally something that they're only going to release once.
Oh yeah, that's true.
You know what
you
I
got to
mean?
be all over this.
I can't wait. I'm like, if I get
I'm
over
surprised
there,
you didn't go over and get it.
I didn't know they were for sale yesterday. I saw somebody on Twitter had one. I was like,
Bro, you
no.
better get
It's
on
going
it.
to get scooped up.
Well, that's just the thing, man. If I don't know, if I go
Go
over there,
today.
maybe I will. Maybe I'm gonna go over there today. But like, it feels like, Kimmy, every time the Wings put out like a new special edition hat, if you are a Rochesterian, you have to go get one. The Coco Locos hat they did a couple of years ago. You got the Plates hat that they have. Every year they put out another special edition. Like I'm wearing if you're watching the live stream right now, like the throwback one they did a couple of years ago. The amount of Red Wings hats I have in my house is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And it's all because I don't feel like a Rochesterian if I don't have that hat.
Well, and something shiny and new comes along, and you're like, oh, this is my only chance to get my hands on that.
Yes, and I know, Kimmy, I know that like a year from now, if I don't get the Spikes,
You're going to
regret
think
it,
about
man.
it.
I'm going to see other people in the Spikes astronaut hat, and I'm going to be like, damn it, I should have gotten the
You
Spikes
gotta have an
astronaut.
empty hole in your soul.
Like, I don't even like comic books. They did a comic book Spikes hat last year, a Marvel hat.
Oh.
I didn't get that. I see it around. I should have gotten that hat.
All right.
I should have went and gotten that hat, and I feel like an idiot. How do you not get into this stuff, man? Not only is it's local pride.
I know.
Do you have anything like, well, you have like old CMF stuff.
Yeah, I never wear it.
The only Red Wing stuff
You
is
collect
the stuff.
it in a way? I mean, you don't want to get rid of it for whatever reason.
No, it's in a cedar chest.
Wait, your
It is
mom's in your
packed.
basement?
Yeah, I stuffed my mom full of CMF.
I stuffed
gear.
your mom full of something. And it's on CMF. Like, Kimmy, your husband's the same way. When he sees a new Red Wings hat, he has to go out and get that Red Wings hat.
Yeah, and to your point, like there are hats of the past that he hasn't that he didn't buy or just thought, I'll get it next time, and then it wasn't there, that he still regrets to this day.
But can't you buy them online, like from people?
I don't know.
Buy a
I think
used
it's
hat?
yeah, it's tough to come by.
You go to
some of
that
stuff.
vintage place and put on other people's skeeved out drawers.
Yeah, but you can wash. No, I don't put underwear on. You can wash a T-shirt. You can wash a sweatshirt. When you wash a hat, it never looks the same. Plus, you have to break in a hat to your specific head. Like this hat I'm wearing now, perfectly broken in. It's like butter up here, baby. But it's also disgusting on the inside.
Right.
So if anyone were to buy this hat, I don't know what kind of gross head germs they would get from my head.
Okay.
252 WCMF, opening day for the Red Wings today. But April 5th to 7th, they will be playing as the Moon Rocks, and they have a whole bunch of merchandise as the Rochester Moon Rocks that they're selling at the Pro Shop. Speak of the devil.
Oh, my God.
I know. When you start talking about him, he shows up.
Yeah.
Come on in, May. Sit down. General manager of the Rochester Red Wings, as we're talking about the Rochester Moon Rocks. Bro, we brought food. I don't know, but I'm going to open it up right now.
It looks pretty intense.
We did not plan this. Oh, boy. It's pulled pork. It's mac and cheese.
That's you all the way.
Holy crap.
Pulled
my
pork
gosh.
pat. Pulled pork pat is
my
back,
gosh.
baby. You're not going to be able to fit in that hat.
Oh, my
Give me
God.
a
Thank
fat
you for the
head.
fork, Mace. Thank you. So, with everything getting rolling this morning, Mace, sit down real quick. Let's grab a squad because we do have Where They Whining coming up here, which we have to get to. Dan Mason, ladies and gentlemen, Rochester Red Wings general manager. Hey, buddy.
I'm sorry I came unannounced today.
No, it's all right. It actually worked out perfectly. We were talking about the Moon Rocks merchandise and how I have to get over and get a Spikes astronaut hat before they sell out.
I agree with you. They're going quick.
Are they still
Get
there?
them while they're hot.
Do you have a game version of it, or is it just a dad hat?
We do have a fitted hat version of that.
Yes!
We have fitted, we have adjustable, we have the astronaut spikes, we have the flying spikes astronaut.
That's the one I saw.
Yeah. And we've got a white one with just the Moon Rock script on it.
Okay, great. Wonderful.
And the jersey, now, I know you don't have many jerseys, but I think you should really check out the Rochester Moon Rocks jersey.
Well, you guys are
You're going to want one.
You guys are. I saw the picture. It looks great. You're kicking off the season today, and you guys always have the most fantastic promotions, like what you guys do over there at Innovative Field. Like, what do you got going on today, Mace?
Today, we've the first 1,500 fans get a free pair of mittens, and first 5,000 fans get a free magnetic schedule.
So you tell me, if you're one of the first 1,500 fans, you get not only mittens, but a magnet.
Yeah. Pretty sweet deal.
Yeah, no big deal.
So those like old school mittens with the no fingers?
That's what mittens are. Yeah.
Thumb.
Mitten with the no
It's like
fingers.
this.
I don't think
There's
I've
a
ever-
thumb
I-
hole, and there's
I don't think I've ever man mittened.
You've never had bro. You
As a man.
You're built for man mittens.
yeah, you really are.
I have the hands of a 13-year-old girl, I know.
Like, you're just a year or two away from your wife getting the mittens with the strings that go through your coat so you don't lose them. And, like, there's no fight. You can't put up a fight with that. You have to go with it.
Yeah.
Okay, so, Mace, you're doing the Rochester Moon Rocks from the 5th to the 7th.
correct. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday we'll be playing as the Moon Rocks,
Okay.
and we'll be taking on our rival, the Lehigh Valley Space Pigs, for those 3 games.
Pigs in space.
Yeah.
And then you guys have an event for the Eclipse as well.
Solar Palooza on Monday.
You're not calling it Solar Palooza.
Solar Palooza.
You're not
What
calling
happened?
it Solar.
Get them while they're hot. Monday,
You had
noon
years to come
5.
up with that name, and you went with Solar Palooza?
Hey, yeah, that's what we came up with.
All right, do I need a ticket
It's going
for that?
good. Yes, you do. Get them now at redwingsbaseball.com.
And
So what happens?
So
What
noon
happened?
to,
Was it like
noon
you?
to 5.
Well, the moon goes in front of the sun.
Yeah.
It's a historic celestial event. Noon to 5, live music from the Sky Coasters.
Ooh.
First 3,000 fans get a free pair of Eclipse glasses. We'll have Spikes and Mitzi and Mac there. We'll have players signing
All right,
autographs.
so music.
Yep. We'll have all of our food will be changed names. So, like, we'll be selling Rocket Red Hots.
Okay, that's
Pluto's popcorn,
Wait a
Nebula
minute.
nachos.
You walked in here.
Buzz's pulled pork mac and cheese.
You walked in here, looked Tommy Muley in the face, and said, "We're selling Rocket Red Hots."
Well, I couldn't look at him. So. So I was looking over this way.
Got you.
And, of course, Totality Beer and Tequila Sunrise. So we'll have something for everybody.
Look at that.
Noon to 5.
I just took a bite of the mac and cheese and the pulled pork.
It
And your
smells
thoughts?
so good.
Oh my god.
It
What are your
smells
thoughts?
So good.
I'm
Well,
like,
it's not a cheat day, so Pat's going to get fat.
oh, look who's talking, bosom boy.
What?
You still got a top on it. Oh, I'm gonna look at it. I'm gonna smell through the plastic. You know, bitch ass kid. I'm gonna choke.
Yeah, that's what happens when you make fun of people.
All right, Mace. So gates 205 today.
2:30 and then game time 4:05 today, opening day.
All right.
Get your tickets at redwingsbaseball.com. Sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. I'll see you over there in a couple hours after the show's over, so I can get my Spikes hat.
Let's go. Moonrocks Mania.
Fantastic. And I know, and everyone can feel very safe. The stadium, without question, will be secure all season by a man who will be doing nothing but watching games and talking to people.
Oh, Captain Poolport?
Wait a minute. He's going to be working security during the Eclipse games, too, right?
Correct.
Old man over there. Which means you'll have Captain Pork in space. Shut up. All right, Dan Mason, General Manager of the Rochester Red Wings. Have a good day today. Tommy, it's Tuesday. It's 9 o'clock. You know what that means.
Let's get it on, buddy.
It's Where They Whine, and it happens next here in the break room on CMF. It's time, buddy.
Let's do it.
And it's not just this game we're playing here today. We're trying to figure out where the biggest wine in town of all time is. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. It's 9 o'clock. It's Tuesday. It's time for Where They Wine in 252-WCMF. We have one phone line open if you want to guarantee getting in. Folks already waiting here on hold. And before we get into the post that Kimmy has, keep in mind right now, you can go to WCMF.com and vote in our WCMF break room Where They Wine in Bitch Burb bracket. We are down to our final four. Pittsford is taking on East Rochester. Canandaigua is taking on the town of Greece. And we broke that down earlier today. If you missed it, you can go check it out after the show at WCMF.com. Bottom line is this. Go to WCMF.com, vote so we get our hopeful East Side, West Side championship game.
All right.
But I've already said too much. We have 2 stars on the board. One belongs to Tommy, and that's still up in the air. It's being debated.
Holder of the original star.
Shut up.
First star.
And Pete was our first listener to get a star. Again, if you win Where They Wine in, your name is forever on our wall with a star next to it. That should be motivation enough. Kimmy?
Yep.
Do we have our post?
We have it.
Let's make it happen.
Webster! Hilton! Irondegoy! Where they whining?
So not only was this post so long that I had to condense it,
Okay.
Oh, wow.
but it also could double as a hate mail, and you will see why.
Oh,
wow.
All right.
So this woman writes, heads up, there's a radio station violating our app privacy. I've been informed that some girl is reading our posts and naming names over the air. My friend told me that the radio show is making a game out of it.
Oh, my God, they're talking about us.
Yes.
That's us they're talking about.
They read a post, make fun of it, and then people call and guess the name of the person who posted it or something like that. Apparently, that passes as entertainment for some people.
Does it?
Nonetheless, this is supposed to be a safe space for people to solve
Safe space.
for people to solve actual problems in their neighborhood. I use it to help my community, not mock it. For example, and then this woman lists everything she's used the app for, so I'm going to give you the top 3.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
I posted a ring cam video that helped identify a suspicious person looking into cars.
Yeah.
Number 2. I started a community gardening group to share and exchange produce from local vegetable gardens.
Why can't we make fun of that?
We can.
Who are we hurting by making fun of that?
Number 3, I organized a sidewalk art group to display the work of local artists in the summer. The post continues.
You have to make fun of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
The beauty of this app is that it helps build awareness for events you may not have otherwise heard about. This radio game is dangerous for our community because it makes people afraid to post. There has to be a way to get them to stop. A petition, perhaps. Can we have this woman on the
If we can
radio
read.
blocked from the app? I'm just thinking out loud, but I'm welcoming any and all suggestions on what to do about this
All
problem.
right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. You know what my favorite part about this is?
What's that?
The person who wrote this keeps referring to this woman. Kimmy's the one catching all the heat.
Like
I know.
she does it on her own.
You're the dear. What a dick. Kimmy's a dick. Fire Kimmy. Man, we have
Wow.
Wineception?
Look at
Yes.
that.
A bitch on a Where They Wine and post about where they wine.
Yes.
All right. Is this a hard one or is this not a
This
hard
is,
one?
well, I mean, there's some tells there.
There's a ton of tells in there.
But the tells can be spread around.
The tells can be
They
spread
can.
around, he says, next to his open pulled pork mac and cheese. What are you thinking?
Well, you got somebody that's obviously, she's a snooty patootie, right?
You think so?
Oh, yeah. Bro, she started a gardening group, and she does an open-air sidewalk art festival that she did herself.
That could just be an old lady with time on her hands.
Yeah, but she's into the arts. She does community vegetable
Communal vegetables.
swap, right?
Okay, all right.
I mean, she's an ass.
Well, you don't have to hurt the woman.
No,
She's
I don't
already-
mean it
she's
like, hey,
already
hey.
upset.
The world needs asses too, bro. And let me tell you something about asses. Asses get things done, and she gets things done. It's just the things you don't want done.
Okay, all right. So with all that being said,
So I'm trying to think, where would there be like a community, like vegetable gardens and that type of thing? This is an East Side event.
you think so?
Oh, yeah.
So
You don't have any West Side community vegetable gardens.
where they whining?
Because a vegetable garden on the west side is in an Italian's backyard, and he'll give you whatever the hell he feels like giving you.
So where they winded then?
Well, there's a very obvious place.
What is it?
I'm going to go Fairport.
Wow. And I know why he's going Fairport.
Why?
Because of the Fairport Canal days with all the arts and stuff.
But this has Fairport written all over it, man.
I don't know, man. I think you're overestimating the snootiness of this person.
This has got so snoot.
No, every snoot.
Yeah.
Every town has a community garden. Every
No.
single one. Yes, every single
This
town.
chick is snoot to the cooch.
You thought that was going to rhyme, and it didn't.
But it does stick with you. Snoot to the cooch. Tell me that wouldn't be a great rap album.
Snoot to the cooch. Look, man, this is a tough one because it's got all the
There
makings.
ain't no West Side.
It's got all the makings.
Grimy-haired woman.
Ooh.
Doing it. Grimy-haired woman.
Sorry.
She's got crime on her mind.
It can't be East Side. It's too easy if it's East Side, but I don't hear a West Side
Watch
town
me
in this
get my
either.
stars, son.
All right. I got it. I'm going. I haven't been successful using my brain, so I'm going to go off, man. I'm just going to go with it. This doesn't feel right, but nothing that's felt right has worked for me.
Okay.
She whining in Irondequoit. There are pockets of Irondequoit
There
where
ain't
people
no
like
art
this
in
live.
Irondequoit,
What do you mean there ain't no art in Irondequoit?
There ain't no art.
This is Irondequoit art.
Your Luke Graham poster ain't art. There's no art in that is an artless town.
Bro, they have an art festival outside I Square every year, if I'm not mistaken.
What do you think that art is?
Doesn't say she has good
like,
art.
It's like joke art.
No, this is perfect, man.
You see like the Mona Larry.
Like East Side folks wouldn't concern themselves with something like this. West Side folks may not have what this woman is describing, but Irondequoit seems like a town that takes itself too seriously. Okay? And you know, all right, that guy exists.
All right.
All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. A post on where they whining about where they whining. Look how far we've come.
You think it's Irondequoit?
I'm going with Irondequoit.
You think there's like some kind of like Joey Palladino?
The fact that you don't ever remember anything,
Sidewalk
but you remember
art
that guy's
festival.
name.
Yeah. Out of nowhere.
All right. 252-WCMF, there is one rule and one rule only.
Yeah.
You get to pick one town.
Yeah.
If you're on hold and you hear someone else say your town, there are two things you can do. You can hang up the phone, try again next week, no big deal, or pick another town.
Okay.
If we pick up the phone and you say, oh, as good as it, but now, you have been disqualified. Kimmy is the commissioner. She's already on thin ice with this woman.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's kick it off with Marty. Marty, where are they whining?
I'm going to say Henrietta.
Why Henrietta?
It's a very artsy town, and like you said, a lot of deep flower communities, so I'm sticking with Henrietta.
What freaking Henrietta art you seeing, bro? Besides billboards for like lawyers.
The town of billboards, Henrietta.
I mean, look.
There ain't no art in Henrietta.
There ain't no art in Henrietta. Marty, I live in Henrietta. I'll give you the garden. My wife belongs to the community garden in Henrietta. I can't think of a single artsy thing in Henrietta. Name one.
I know they've got a lot of people that sell, at least as far as I'm there. I know people that live in Henrietta that sell their art.
Marty
No,
knows
you don't,
Henrietta. Marty knows that.
You know what he's thinking of? He's thinking of that light up art they used to sell at the mall. You know, where you get the Brooklyn Bridge and it lights up when you plug it in.
Marty, we got you for Henrietta, buddy. I think you're wrong, but thanks for the call, man. I really
He's like a
appreciate
marketplace art center.
You know the other problem is?
What?
Not a ton of sidewalks in Henrietta.
There's none.
Now, I don't know if a sidewalk art...
It's not a walk in town.
Well,
Unless you want to do laps around the dome on gravel.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Steve. Steve, where are they whining, buddy?
South Wedge.
Okay, so you're going city here.
That's not a bad call, bro. You got.
Sidewalks everywhere. I've seen art on sidewalks when I've driven through there.
That's a
There's
good call.
neighborhood pages. South Wedge.
Okay, I'm going to let you go, Steve, because I can hear myself and I hate this show. But thanks for the call, buddy. I really appreciate it.
That
seems too on the nose, man. City
Uh,
neighborhood seems too on the nose.
Sidewalk art?
No, but you're thinking of people doing art on the sidewalk.
No,
which-
selling it like a little festival.
Did she say sell or did she say show? There's a difference.
I think she puts it out there for people to sell their artwork.
Okay, I don't know. Or it could just be the display to bring beauty to the neighborhood.
So you're thinking it's an art walk, but you can't buy.
Yeah, like a show.
All right.
252 WCMF. By the way, I do want to read a tweet. Andrew tweets at us.
What do you say?
LOL, talking about the woman who wrote the letter. It's a woman, right, Kimmy?
Yes.
Yes, this is a lady.
It says, LOL, this person sounds like a boomer, 100% some old boomer. Who isn't a boomer who complains on these neighborhood apps, right?
I think we all assume it's always somebody older, but it's not always somebody older.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to last week's champion, the first star gatherer of the listener group. Pete, where they whining, buddy?
Well, this is why you don't have a star, Patrick.
Why is that?
Because you picked one of the worst towns, you little bing bong wing wong.
Bing bong wing wong. Okay, I'm done. I thought wing wong was fun. Now I hate you, and I hate everything about you. But go on, Pete.
I know you do. Tommy, since you are the only one that has an uncontested star, you also had a bad pick. I'm going Park Ave.
Okay, you're going to go with the city. It's 2 on the nose,
Well,
man.
that's also another artsy-fartsy district.
If Tommy agrees with your pick, you did wrong, son. You did wrong.
Oh, all the hipster hugs disqualifies.
Whoa. He has a star, Patrick. Do you have a star?
No.
Wait till the end of this, buddy. Then we'll see who's got a star. Look, man, I think that folks who live in these neighborhoods, South Wedge, Park Ave, other places like that in the city, they don't have time to concern themselves with what some stupid radio show is doing.
Well, to your point, too, they don't need to do these things because they already have these things. To your point.
Yes, stupid. Park Ave has, Pete, you're
and
stupid.
so does a Wedge.
Yeah, they have, like, displays for art and, like, places like that.
They probably do it every weekend in the summertime. Somebody's got crap in their front yard that they drew.
Yeah, stupid.
At least I have a star, Patrick.
So, shut up, Pete. Thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day.
All right, that's a good tip for people. Don't go to the art district. Because this woman's saying this area is art
don't
starved.
tell people what to do, because then they're going to be like, well, Tommy told me I shouldn't guess that.
But
Don't guide their picks for them.
But don't you think that's a good call?
Everybody hears what they want to hear.
If you're stupid enough to listen to Tommy,
I'm here to help
let
you.
be that stupid.
All right, I guess say what you want.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. We'll take one more before we go back to the post, and this one's a doozy. Let's talk to Barber. Barber, where are they whining, buddy?
Lauren, I'm going to stay in this city. I'm going Cornhill.
Cornhill? Okay.
Again, they already have an art festival, bro.
No, yeah, but that was they said support. She said support our local artists. So she's trying.
They
to
literally have
push
a
her
art
neighborhood.
festival that goes on for like 2 weekends.
You know what no one has ever said in Cornhill, Barber? You know we don't have enough
art.
Yeah, but she also said ring camera, which means people who don't have garages, people with either short driveways or street parking.
What are you talking about?
Tommy should know. Tommy used to live there. Tommy, the reason. In a vegetable garden, Tommy should have been planting one of those little vegetable gardens in Cornhill.
I don't know. Is there a community garden in Cornhill? I've never seen it.
No.
I don't know.
Barber sucks. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest. Bye, Barber. Okay, you know what's happening now.
Oh, we're bunching
We're
hard.
bunching big time, and it's the first.
We're city bunching.
It's the first ever city bunch we've ever had. I mean, look, when everyone's on the same page, that usually means bad news. As a matter of fact, we're bunching so hard, there's a whole side of the greater Rochester area that is wide open.
Yeah, but it's an artless side. Well, maybe that's what they needed on the west side.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. We'll get back to the phones in just a second. Kimmy, can you please read the post for the folks that are just joining us?
Right.
Hey, where they whining about where they whining.
Yes. Also, want to point out, this post is condensed. It was much longer than the one I'm about to read.
Okay.
But this woman writes, heads up, there's a radio station violating our app privacy. I've been informed that some girl is reading our posts and naming names over the air.
Girl.
My friend told me that the radio show is making a game out of it. They read a post, make fun of it, and then people call and guess the name of the person who posted it or something like that. Apparently, that passes as entertainment for some people. Nonetheless, this is supposed to be a safe space for people to solve actual problems in their neighborhood. I use it to help my community, not mock it. For example, and then she lists like everything she's ever done on this app, so I'm going to bring you the top 3.
Okay.
I posted a ring cam that helped identify a suspicious person looking into cars. 2, I started a community gardening group to share and exchange produce from local vegetable gardens. 3, organized a sidewalk art group to display the work of local artists in the
didn't
summer.
say sell, said display.
The post
Well, we're
wraps
splitting
up here. The beauty of this app is that it helps build awareness for events you may not have otherwise heard about. This radio game is dangerous for our community because it makes people afraid to post. There has to be a way to get them to stop. A petition, perhaps. Can we have this woman on the radio blocked from the app?
Block that
we can
bitch.
do.
Block that bitch.
Just thinking out loud, but welcoming any and all suggestions on what to do about this problem.
Wow.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Before we go to what's off the board, I do love it. People that are like, we should sign a petition.
Yeah.
And I will
Also,
say,
like, people send these to me.
Yeah,
so
right,
you'd have
right.
to block a lot of people.
the petition is the stupidest idea in the history of things. Because today we could all sign a petition that says the government should all give us one chocolate chip cookie every single day. That's not going to happen. I would send the signatures. Send them, drop them off here. You can't stop the Where They Wine and train. All right, Tommy is in Fairport. I am in Irondequoit. Marty has chosen Henrietta, which might be the worst pick so far. Steve's in the South Wedge. Pete is in Park Avenue. Barber is in Corn Hill. The whole entire west side. Wide open. Wide open,
As
although
it
you
usually
think.
is.
Okay. 252-WCMF. Let's rip through some here. Let's talk to Peter. Peter, where are they whining?
Greece,
Why Greece?
the biggest suburb.
Okay, but, I mean,
What grease art you getting, man? Side pipes and cooch?
Side Pipes and Cooch is my favorite buddy cop drama. Peter, you know, it's weird that you bring that up. There has to be an art gallery or two in Greece, right?
What would be what? An art gallery?
It's one of the biggest suburbs in the greater in America.
There was only one art gallery in this town at one time.
No, there are multiple art
No,
galleries
gallery.
open right
When
now.
you would go look at art.
I understand. There are multiple art galleries open right now.
You think there's a Greece art gallery?
I'm saying with the size of it, there would have to be.
It's a bunch of drag racing stickers.
Peter, we got you for Greece, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I mean, he's just picking for size here. He's playing the field.
Yeah.
And it's our first West Side pick. It's not a terrible, from a, what's the word I'm looking for? Strategy.
Yeah.
Strategy
All right.
standpoint. I love, the opposite you said. Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Tom. Tom, where they whining, buddy?
Hey, so first off, this lady's whining about who can find it entertaining, but her friend told her, so her friend finds it entertaining.
Well, no, there are
So,
lots of people that
she needs
listen to
better
us that
friends.
don't find us entertaining
No.
at all. Maybe their radio
Yeah.
broke. I don't know.
They're usually family.
That's true. Also, Chai
Chai.
Why Chile?
That's where art goes
I
to
don't think they
die.
have an arm.
Yeah, my
Well,
uncle
they got
Art died
graphic
in
design
Chile.
right
Thanks a
there,
lot, man.
so.
Too soon. Anyways. Okay, I don't hate Chile.
Art.
No, what?
Art in Chile.
Well, Chile is a higher end town than you think.
Really?
There are $1 million homes in Chile.
You have like one, and it's only because the prices are out of control.
Okay, calm down, Mr. Jealous of house you don't own that's in a nice neighborhood. Is there, Tom, can you think of an art? But again, if there's no art, that's why it would necessitate what she did.
Yeah, but it's like a crappy art nobody wants.
Yeah, they got Robert Wesleyan.
Robert's Wesleyan. He's right. They don't allow art because of religion, but I get what you're saying. There's a campus out there. Tom, thanks for the
All
call,
right.
buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Okay.
No, there is kind of like a hippie area around Roberts.
Yeah, but they're nervous.
What?
You want to be a hippie in Chile?
No, I'm telling you, there's like a coffee shop and like things that way over there.
Okay. All right.
What?
Yeah, they got a coffee shop.
They got art in the coffee shop.
What?
They do.
Okay.
252 WCMF 252-9263.
Cappuccino.
Spent a lot of dudes in here.
Oh, it's your kind of day.
This woman's right. We should shut this down. Michelle is on CMF. Michelle, where are they whining?
Jelly.
Brockport.
Why Brockport?
Because it's a hippie town. They've got an art gallery, and I've seen them have local artists display their artwork.
Okay, but they already have that, so why would she petition to have another one?
No, but she's saying she's seen the local.
guess
She
she's
may
not
have actually.
petitioning.
She may have actually seen. It's amazing how things.
And that's
he
college
takes like
art.
specific words and just scrambles it all in his
And
brain.
it's going to be college art.
Yeah, that's really how men do that.
Bunch of Star Wars crap.
No, but Michelle, Star Wars. What is wrong with you? They're going to college.
Look,
in
man,
19
it's Chewbacca and he's got a golf club.
No, Michelle could have actually seen what this
Michelle
woman
don't
organized.
see no damn art. I think Michelle is into art.
Michelle don't see no damn art.
It's the
you
stuff
have
she
to
stole from
offer.
Holiday Inn.
What were you saying, Michelle? I'm sorry.
Nothing. Have a good day.
Bye, Michelle. You made
pissed
Michelle
her
really
off. You
mad.
pissed her off.
Now we're gonna get two women
I know,
complaining
I
about
know.
where they whine. Way to go. Kimmy's gonna get fired. We're just gonna stare at each other, not knowing how to turn the mics on all day long. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Leo. Leo, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going to say Spencerport.
Why Spencerport?
I don't know. Kind of like really into that artsy-fartsy kind of crap.
I don't hate Spencerport.
Yeah, my dad lives around there, and like he's really big into that kind of stuff. So I'm going to go with Spencerport.
Your dad art?
Yeah, dad art.
What does he carve?
Wow, how'd you know it was wood?
Because it's an old man. That's why. No old man paints.
It's Spencerport, I'm telling you.
Does your dad carve?
Yeah, he does.
What does he carve?
Yeah.
I don't know, there's like all kinds of wood figures and stuff, like bears and I don't know.
All right. So, Leo, listen, your dad's not listening. He's never going to hear this ever. You're fine. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your dad's art?
I mean, if you're into wood carving, I would say it's pretty good, but that's a pretty niche market.
But I would say, like, anybody can carve a bear because you can't screw it up.
That's not true.
You can't. I'm telling you. Think about it.
Well,
You
I
can
mean,
carve
okay, I wanna see
you can
carve
carve
a
an
bear,
effed
then.
up bear. It'll still kind of look like a bear.
It's a
Like
bear,
the
it's a
eyes could be
dog,
wrong.
Leo, thanks for the call, buddy. Anybody can carve a
I'm
bear.
telling you, you can. It's the easiest thing to draw.
All right, let's rip through something real quick here. 252 WCMF.
Draw a lot of bears.
Mark, where they whining, buddy?
I'm going on the east side. We're going to take Webster
Why Webster?
because I think I know the neighborhood where a bunch of people display their art.
Yeah, but if you want to talk about a town that has no art, Webster has no art.
Yeah, it's a dead zone.
You never know.
Unless you're counting like religious figures underneath concrete shells. If you count that as art, you get that a bunch in Webster.
I'm going to get a star for this.
All right, Mark. We'll be waiting for your star, buddy. Thanks for the call. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Armand. Armand, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going to go east side, and I'm going to say, Penfield.
Penfield? Why Penfield?
He loves Penfield.
They got a lot of sidewalks.
Oh, it's sidewalk call again. Here comes Armand with sidewalk facts.
Hey, how many times did you get laid in Penfield?
Man, honestly, I'm leaving from Penfield, so I'm like, hey, Penfield's a good guess.
Okay.
Right.
But I want to guess, never mind.
Oh, you almost got us, Armand. You're on fire this morning. Thanks for the call.
Yep, have a good one.
Bye. There goes Armand. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Okay.
All right.
I'm taking this call only because of the name. Only because of the name. Because I think this might be the first one of these we've ever had to
I
break.
think so, too.
Rocco, where are they whining, buddy?
This is easy.
Yeah?
They are whining at the Winton and Browncroft neighborhood.
Browncroft.
Okay.
All right.
Nobody's
So
taken
overwhelming.
that yet.
Shot
Yeah.
there.
Well, okay, that's
All
right.
You got the Artisan Works right there.
Mm-hmm.
I know they got a community garden.
Get him, Tommy,
I'm
because he already
going.
blew it. He already blew it.
Why?
Because they already got all this stuff. She wants it.
Thank you.
Oh, I thought
They
you were
got
gonna say-
it.
They got it. You got Artisan Way. It's there. It's done.
Right.
I mean,
Hey,
what do you
that's
need
the
it?
art. That's the artiest spot in town.
I
Artiest?
would argue the art gallery is the artiest
Yeah.
spot in town.
No, but I was
or
in
the arts
neighborhood.
neighborhood.
Yeah.
The
The
neighborhood
neighborhood
of
of
the
the
But wait a
arts.
minute, that's right there, isn't it?
Put the Gold Star
It's
up
different
and
neighborhood.
Deal with it.
Old man
Rocco,
wave.
you disappointed me with your name. Thanks. Have a good rest of the day. All right, we're going to take one more. We're
All
going
right.
to close it down with only one man who knows how.
I think this guy knows his art.
Oh, you think so?
Oh, I think so.
Ben's got the last word on CMF. Ben, where they whining, buddy?
I'm going to go with Canandaigua.
Shut up,
because-
Ben. Shut up. You always pick Canandaigua or Farmington, and you never win, and it sucks. But go on. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so they sell art in all the stores around there, and then there's what
Ben.
was it, the stupid vegetable thing. They have the farmers market on the weekend.
So then, why is she
and I
complaining they
forget-
don't? She wants one if they already have all this. Ben.
Because she's the organizer. Listen to what Kimmy said, you idiot.
He's right. She's not complaining that
Did you
they don't
just
have
say?
it.
Did you just say Ben was right? I want you to know
Well,
that came
no,
out of your
he's
mouth.
right
You
about
own
the
it.
post.
Hashtag Ben was right.
You
This
own that.
woman doesn't say they need these things. She says she organized these things.
Well, the only reason you organize it
I
'cause
mean,
she
you're
wants them.
making an assumption.
Nope, that's two old
Yeah,
man
Feel
waves
that.
back
My
to back.
shoulder's killing me.
Also, they have that stupid art festival down by the lake every single year. And then there's all the dumbest events that they have on the sidewalks throughout the town.
Okay, again, that's okay. Ben,
Right.
we're late. We
Right.
can't hurt your tongue, but thank you for the call. I appreciate it. All right,
Yeah, worst pick.
Yeah, we're.
that was terrible. I was super late. I'm sorry, Kimmy. I see you giving me the
No,
face.
no, you're fine. You're good.
Okay, I got Kimmy's permission to do the radio show. All right,
Yeah.
Tommy
Yeah.
is in Fairport. I'm in Irondequoit. Marty is in Henrietta. Steve is in the South Wedge. We went on a city run here.
Mm-hmm.
Pete was in Park Ave. Barber was in Corn Hill. We then stopped to reread and pointed out that no West Side towns have been taken.
And here they come.
West Side Run. It was like the NFL draft when someone takes a corner. Peter was in Greece. Tom was in Chili. Michelle is in Brockport. She got really mad at Tommy.
She's done with your ass.
My ass, you were the one
Yours.
Your
busted
show
her
is
ass.
terrible to women.
Leo is out in Spencerport. His dad carves things, but Tommy says you can't carve a bad bear. Mark is in Webster. That sucked. Armand picked Penfield because he was just driving out of Penfield. We had a lot of faith in Rocco because of his name, but he picked Upper Winton neighborhood, and that sucked. And Ben, as usual, is out in Canandaigua because I'm pretty sure that's the only place Ben goes.
Yes.
All right.
Oh, boy.
We're going to figure out Wineception. Are we ready?
Ready.
Kimmy, let's make it happen.
Spencerport! Yeet!
Sit down.
It's around the corner. I can feel it. It checks all the boxes. It checks all the boxes.
Checks on the boxes, man. Checks on the boxes. Get it in. Checks on the boxes.
Today is a day.
Oh, this is that good.
Yes!
This
where
is that
we
good
put
for you.
Another star on the board.
Wait.
Come on.
Another star. My star.
Because they whining
Come on. Come on, Kimmy.
in the Southwest.
Damn,
Oh, we
Steve.
killed his ass.
No, Steve, we were okay with.
No, we said they have art there, though.
No, we didn't know. Steve was. You said you liked that pick, you
All right,
idiot.
all right. Oh, I should get a half a star for liking
Shut
it.
up.
No, you don't.
Can I get a like
no
star?
This is
half
why you have to
stars.
disqualify him for liking
No
things.
half stars.
Congratulations to Steve.
Look at him.
Another listener.
Welcome to the club, man.
Is that funny? Is that funny to you?
Well, it's the Star Club.
Star Club.
We're part of the Star Club. Meetings on Thursdays.
Steve's name goes up forever and ever on our star
Man,
chart.
what's missing on that star chart?
Talent.
Well, you ain't gonna fix that.
Shut up. All right, we're super late. We got to take a break. Maybe I'm not good at stars, but I bet I'm good at. No, I'm not good at this either. But there are grown men who yesterday may have lost out to kids that are barely out of elementary school. And we'll talk about it next year in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. I don't know why any grown man would sign up for this.
Oh.
Because, I mean, guys take pride in knowing how to do this. There are guys that are convinced they have secrets as to make them better.
Yeah.
And there is a legitimate chance in this competition yesterday that you are beaten by a 5-year-old.
Oh, that's not good.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. Yesterday was the annual Trout Derby at Powder Mills Park.
Oh, yeah. Stock the pond.
That's right. So the largest trout gets you $500 cashola.
I think I dated her in Tampa.
A free 4-hour fishing boat charter, and a plaque that goes on display inside the fish hatchery building.
You get your fish plaque.
That's right. So, I mean, it's a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
$500 in on its own.
Man, if you're an angler, yeah.
But what's funny about this trout derby is it's literally for folks of all ages. And looking at the picture of this yesterday, Tommy, there are all ages. You got 5-year-old kids standing across the area from 70-year-old dudes and every age in between.
Now, I remember, my memory serves me correct. Didn't we talk about this a few years ago? And people were lighting up the kid that won it.
It was a different derby.
one.
Okay,
yeah.
but
yes.
But there were old men lighting up some kid. For
Got
winning this
help, was using equipment.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's what makes this so strange. Like, the amount of middle-aged to older men doing this yesterday was shocking, only because if you get beat by a 5, 6, 7-year-old kid,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, not only is it embarrassing, you're probably going to end up being a dick about it.
Oh, sure.
Is that a fair statement?
You're not going to go down gracefully.
Which you should, because it's a child.
You should.
And that kid is going to be way more excited about $500 cash, a fishing boat charter, and his name in the fish hatchery building than you should be as a grown man.
Yeah.
It seems like nobody wins in this except a kid who wins. Because even if you do win, you can make the argument you just beat a bunch of elementary school kids that were on spring break. Because is there a trick to catching a trout?
I mean, I'm sure people will argue there is,
Okay.
right? There's techniques and things that they use to be good
every,
at it.
Yeah, every fisherman claims they have a technique.
But there are
I don't fish enough to know. Maybe there is.
But there are kids that have won this in the past.
Yeah.
So that kid mastered the technique that you as a grown man couldn't master with decades more experience,
true.
right? I don't know. And here's the other thing too. If a grown ass person were to take home that money and get their name on a plaque and get this thing, it kind of feels like they're taking it out of the hands of a kid.
You are. And think about this. If you do get your plaque up there, it's going to be next to a 9-year-old's
Possibly.
plaque from last year.
Yeah. There are people every once in a while who accomplish something as a kid and it lives on forever, right? There's a plaque or a picture or whatever, and you get to take your family back one day and that's what I did when I was 9 years old. That's a cute, fun story. If a 7, 8, 9-year-old kid won this derby yesterday, for the rest of his life, he can go to that fish hatchery when he has his own kids and his grandkids and go, yeah, when I was 9, blah, 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 blah. It doesn't hit the same way when you're 50.
No.
If you go back when you're 60, you'll be like, that's when I won the Powder Mills Fish Hatchery next to that 9-year-old the year before.
And it's kind of I get for a little kid to catch this fish because it is cool, but it's a stocked pond. They put the fish in there. You know what I mean? It's
about
not
who
that
can catch
hard.
The biggest one, right?
That's it. But that's it. But it isn't like you went out and really tracked down this thing like you're Hemingway, man. It's in a little pond. That's why it's so cute for the kids because they're gonna probably get some kind of a fish and they'll be excited.
Sure, yeah.
But if you're 70, take a step back, Grandpa. Put your tackle box a bit down and go home.
252 WCMF. We're talking about the Trout Derby at Powder Mills Park yesterday. $500 cash for the biggest trout caught. You also get a free 4-hour fishing boat charter and a plaque with your name that goes on display at the fish hatchery building. And it's literally people of all ages, 5 to 85 years old and every age in between. I don't know. I want to fish. We should fish. Why do we not fish?
Fish is like golf. It looks fun until you start doing it.
Well, but fishing is much less effort than golf, right?
Yeah, I mean, we can just get drunk and sit on the shore.
But I could just do that without the stick and the smelly fish that I got to clean.
Okay.
I'm not going to keep the fish.
Yeah.
So that means I got to take this poor thing after I just harpooned its lip and then throw it back in the water.
Yeah, but fish don't feel pain is what my dad would tell me when I was a kid.
My father said the same thing.
Well, they don't have the
Why are they
nervous
wiggling then as soon as you pull them out of the water? They look like they're struggling about something. They're not happy.
Was that a lie that every dad told their kid?
Yeah.
Because I accidentally hooked my brother in the shoulder one time when I was casting, and he felt that.
Yeah, sure.
And he kind of looks like a fish.
Yes, fish have nervous systems.
Obviously, fish
that
have nervous systems.
comprehend and respond to pain.
Did your dad fillet fish while they were alive? Is that a thing?
Yeah, so we used to have on the boat, we had like an area where you could clean them right there. So it was like a chopping block with like a hole in it, and you could cut everything out, clean it, throw the stuff down into the water again, and then he'd have those fillets and he'd put them on ice. So you'd do it right there.
The most horrific thing I ever saw as a child, we used to go up with my dad's coworkers, rent this cabin in Canada. We were kicked out of there because we didn't clean it well enough. That's a true story. And he catches a fish. He brings it back to the cabin. He had this like chop. I guess you would call it like a
cutting board.
Yeah, cutting board.
Yeah.
It had a thing that would hold the fish's
Tail.
fin. Yeah, tail there. And the thing's still wiggling around. I'm like, oh, what's going to happen here? And he just slices the side off of the fish.
Usually we used to chop the head off.
Okay.
And then do it the other way. But yeah, it's,
He might have
it's
done
not
that.
It's not a fun thing for the
Either
fish.
way, you weren't expecting
Yes,
it.
it's one of my earliest memories. And I remember, like, you could have given me a heads up that you were going to cut this thing open alive.
So the other thing is when we were on the boat, my old man would have this bucket sometimes because we used to have these crab traps. So he would have in that bucket all the fish heads.
Oh.
After he chopped them off.
Oh.
And then he put those in the crab trap, put the trap down in the water back when we got back to the dock, and you would catch crabs. But there's nothing nastier than looking at a whole bucket full of dead eyes looking at you.
Yeah, I know. I know what it feels like every single morning.
Kimmy doesn't have a fish head.
I meant the dead eyes.
The bucket of dead eyes.
That's what the name of this show should be. Bucket of Dead Eyes. We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here in the break room on CMF. It's going to be Rapperoo.
Ah, the old 2 for Tuesday Rapperoo. Buddy.
2 for Tuesday coming up with Jolene in just a second.
Jolene. Don't take my music away.
All right, we are super late. Kimmy's already giving me the stank eye.
Yeah, went a little long today.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It was because of your Where Are They Whining, Kimmy?
Yeah.
What do you want from us? And by the way, Kimmy just days away from being fired and canceled due
Yeah.
to the, I'm sure.
Waiting for the petition to hit.
Forthcoming petition that this woman is threatened against us doing Where They Whine. And if you missed that today, you have to check it out. Go to WCMF.com in just a little while, or you can watch it back on our YouTube page. All of the entire show is always up after we get off the air. You can get it at The Break Room, WCMF on YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing, soon to leave us thanks to the petition.
Yes.
All right. For Kimmy, who, pleasure working with you.
Thank you. I gave it my best.
For Tommy Muley, who would be an old man at the fishing tournament, but from a distance kind of looks like an 8th grader.
And that joke will not die.
That's how
never
hard
will.
it sucks.
Yeah.
8
How
years.
hard it sucks.
That's quality material. Comedy classic.
My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in The Break Room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.